global crisis, but which disproportionately has affected the global south, particularly our African continent. So I just want to thank the whole team, including Sabiha, who is that side, who has been working with Diana quite diligently to put together this program, and Tadiwa Nashe, I think she's outside, Tendai, Simpio, who is leading the comms team, and Victoria. Thank you so much for ensuring that you cover this particular event, which is quite important at the center. And I would like to also thank Janet and Tandy, who have also come from the center and are going to be assisting in ensuring that this program flows smoothly without any hitches. Secondly, I want to thank our development partners who have funded this particular conference for their devotion and their commitment in terms of ensuring that this annual conference, which is now the 11th edition of the annual conference on disability rights in Africa. And I think a very important theme on climate change and disability, looking at climate change from a human rights perspective. A lot of our states, they are not keen to look at climate change from a human rights-based approach. They would rather, discuss the politics of it, the economics of it, especially when they meet at the COP events, especially the one that is coming up in the United Arab Emirates, which is the 28th one. And I think those are the discussions they would rather be having. But I think from the perspective of civil society, as well as academia, we are convinced that you need to look at climate change from a human rights perspective if you are going to ensure that you accord protection to persons that are affected, that are vulnerable, and that are marginalized, and who need protection, and where mitigation and adaptation is required from states. So the Disability Rights Unit, I don't know how many of us know about the Center for Human Rights, but if you go to our website, you'll realize that it's one of 10 units that we have that work on advancing human rights and protecting the rights of the most marginalized and vulnerable members of our community. So it's not just persons with disability that the center focuses on. We also focus on children, women, migrants, and sexual minorities. Those are some of the vulnerable groups that we seek to protect as a Center for Human Rights. And these areas are actually run and managed by our different managers who run these particular units, and Diana is one of them, who is running the Disability Rights Unit. But on the other side, we also have an academic side to the center with 5 master's programs that we run. So if you are interested, please check our website to see whether you might find something that is interesting. But besides the master's programs, we also have short courses that run almost every month. I think every year we run about 12 of them. And you can just check on our website to see which one might be of interest to you. We also have doctoral candidates that are with the center. So if you are interested in also pursuing a PhD, you can also consult our website, but also get in touch with us to see what are the possibilities for you. So that's it in a nutshell about the Center for Human Rights. I just want to sort of now look at the theme. I'm not going to say much because I know we have a keynote speaker and also our Deputy Dean, Professor Maimela, who will be speaking. But I just thought I should mention something that I saw, which has happened recently. And I think I saw some colleagues from East Africa, my sister Fatima here. I saw that just recently, I think on Saturday, there was serious flooding in Kenya, and 80,000 households across Kenya were affected by heavy rainfall and flooding and landslides. In fact, East Africa has been experiencing intense rains linked to the El Nino weather phenomenon, which has killed dozens of people. And these floods have not only occurred in Kenya, but also in Somalia and Ethiopia, resulting in displacement and deaths. The rainfall has been described by the United Nations as a once-in-a-century event. So the challenge that we have with climate change is that these extreme weather conditions also occur across the globe elsewhere, including in the northern, in the global north. But disproportionately affected, and particularly people who are vulnerable, who are living in conditions of poverty. And persons with disability become more disproportionately affected, and the risk to any kind of injuries or even deaths become heightened when you look at persons with disabilities. And so what we are saying to our states is that when they design adaptation and mitigation responses, that they must consult those persons who are most affected. That persons who are most affected must participate in designing mitigation and adaptation responses when climate change occurs, so that there is full and adequate protection. Because as you know, when things like floods happen or incessant droughts, there's always a threat to food security. There's a threat to access to health, access to housing, the ability to move and to escape from such extreme weather conditions. I was just looking at one of the worst climate conditions that occurred in Zimbabwe, Malawi, and Mozambique, cyclone Idai. So many people died. Infrastructure was destroyed, including schools and hospitals. What disturbed me the most about the impact of that extreme weather condition was the sexual abuse of women. And it was shocking to hear actually the United Nations representative to Zimbabwe saying that over 1,000 women were sexually abused by people who were handing out food to people who had lost everything because of the cyclone. So you can imagine then, if you have a woman who has a disability, so you are looking now at issues of intersectionality. It means that the vulnerability is heightened and increased. And it means that there's a greater need to ensure that responses that are deployed by governments and civil society do not even put people in a worse situation or condition. And I've always said that in deploying people who are going to help out, especially women, government should not deploy men, because they then go in their, I think, let me call it evil thoughts and lack of integrity. Soldiers and civil society people were the ones who were actually abusing the vulnerable. And I think that governments should really reconsider when they are deploying and assisting in terms of humanitarian assistance, that they must deploy women to assist women and children rather than deploying men. So there are so many factors that governments must take into account in terms of the ensuring that their human rights obligations to protect and to promote are fully realized. Even when they are developing policies and laws for the protection of the most vulnerable members of community, governments must consult and must ensure the participation of those most affected by climate change effects and impacts. So I just want to say that let's hope that we'll really learn from each other during this particular conference, and that after learning from each other and having rich discussions, it's not going to end here in the conference, but that we are going to implement the things that we have learned, and the things that some of the things that we have shared from each other to ensure that there is more effective and adequate protection of persons with disabilities from the negative impacts of climate change and extreme weather conditions. I wish you all very successful deliberations, and hope that this conference will be another resounding success as we have witnessed in previous years. Thank you so much. All the best.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kovea. At this stage, I'd like to invite the Deputy Dean of the Faculty of Law at the University of Pretoria, Professor Charles Maimela, to deliver the opening address. Can I just check if Professor Maimela is online?
Good morning. Yes, I am online. Can you hear me? There we go.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Prof, the
Wonderful.
stage is yours.
Wonderful. Thank you, colleagues. Good morning. And I want to apologize for not gracing the event in person as I anticipated. But due to other commitments this side, I had to join via the link to ensure that I still convey our warm welcome as a faculty to all the participants, and also to thank the Center for Human Rights for hosting such an important event in the calendar of the center. Also, I'd like to acknowledge the Assistant Director, Mr. Lloyd Kuveka. Thank you very much for having me this morning, representing the Dean and also the Program Menko. I'd also like to extend a word of gratitude to Sabia. She has been very helpful and instrumental, and it's a colleague which I'm even embarrassed to say I haven't met her in the faculty, but I would really appreciate to meet her very soon. The way she handled this entire arrangements of this conference are truly commendable, and seeing that she's still an emerging scholar, it was quite humbling as I went through this entire experience with her of ensuring that I participate in this conference this morning. So congratulations to you, Sabia, for a stellar job, and continue to rise. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 11th Disability Rights Conference in Africa. For the past 11 years, the Center for Human Rights has convened the Disability Rights in Africa Conference, providing disability rights activists, scholars, government officials, and other stakeholders on the continent with a platform to conduct dialogue and share experiences on a range of issues relating to the rights of persons with disabilities. Past editions of the conference have focused on a range of contemporary themes, which includes, for example, implementing the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities in Africa, women with disabilities in Africa, as already highlighted by Mr. Kuvenka, how at times we also exploit the vulnerability of women, which is a concern, children with disabilities in Africa, advancing the rights of persons with albinism in Africa, access to justice and legal capacity, inclusive education, living independently in the community, looking at the African and South African context, the right to health care, which is still a challenge in a democratic dispensation, 30 years to the Constitution. As you know, we've even exhausted the 27 of the Constitution, which is also a concern. The sexual and reproductive rights is also covered. Disability, migration, and internal displacement. I'm very sorry to be fast to the lady who is doing our sign language interpreter. I will now strive to ensure that I'm aligned with you so that we are inclusive, because that's our foundation and that's where our strength lies, to be inclusive in our diversity despite of our different journeys. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, furthermore, this year the conference focuses on the topical theme of climate change and disability in Africa from a human rights perspective. As the effects of climate change become a reality around the globe, including in Africa, many countries are instituting measures to address the adverse effects of climate change. However, many marginalized groups, such as persons with disabilities, have been excluded from the process of formulating and implementing these measures, and the impact of climate change on their rights has been overlooked. Ladies and gentlemen, there is therefore a need to formulate disability-inclusive measures in order to effectively address the impact of climate change on persons with disabilities in Africa. This process needs to take place in close consultation and collaboration with persons with disabilities and their representative organizations. This conference seeks to convene a dialogue on the formulation of disability-inclusive responses to climate change on the continent. Specifically, the conference seeks to achieve two related aims. One, to critically appraise laws, policies, practices, programs, policies, and ideologies that relate to the rights of persons with disabilities in Africa in the context of climate change. Two, to suggest remedial responses domestically, regionally, and globally to address violations of the rights of persons with disabilities in climate crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, relying on the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities in Africa, the conference will address the formulation of a human rights response to climate change in Africa. Over the course of the next 2 years, presenters will share, the next 2 days rather, the presenters will share their research, knowledge, and experience on the impact of climate change on the enjoyment of human rights and fundamental freedoms by persons with disabilities, and on how to ensure disability-inclusive responses to climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the faculty's management, the dean of the faculty, therefore, it is my pleasure to declare the 11th Annual Disability Rights in Africa Conference officially open, and I wish you well, success, and also that you have very fruitful and engaging presentations for the next 2 days. And I believe you will come out much stronger and more empowered after this conference to ensure that we make a difference in the lives of people in the communities which we come from, and to be torchbearers of justice and torchbearers of ensuring that we make the world a better place, because it rests definitely in our hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Deputy Dean, for the opening remarks. Next, I would like to introduce our keynote speaker, who is Dr. Yolanda Munoz. Yolanda Munoz is based in Montreal, Canada. So it was either we wake her up at 2 a.m. to deliver her keynote address, or we allow her to record a video. And we decided to be humane and allow her to record a video, which we shall play shortly. Before we do, I'd like to read out a brief biography of Dr. Munoz. Dr. Munoz is an academic and advocate for the rights of persons with disabilities. As a full-time wheelchair user, she explores the social arrangements behind the unquestioned exclusion of persons with disabilities. She was born in Mexico and is currently based in Montreal, Canada. She has served as a volunteer with several grassroots organizations of persons with disabilities in both Mexico and Quebec, Canada. Professionally, she has served as a consultant for the Inter-American Development Bank, a program officer with the Disability Rights Fund, and since 2018, she has collaborated with Global Green Grants Fund, where she is the coordinator of the Disability Rights and Climate Justice Advisory Board. She is a co-founder of the Disability Inclusive Climate Action Research Program, or DCAP in short, which is being implemented in collaboration with the Faculty of Law at McGill University in Canada. She collaborates with the University of Montreal to identify the barriers faced by women with disabilities who wish to break a cycle of intimate partner violence. She completed an MA and a PhD in Japanese studies with specialty in Ainu women of Northern Japan. Her knowledge on feminist theory and practice motivated the creation of the course Gender and Disability, which is offered every 2 years since 2006 at McGill Institute for Gender, Sexuality, and Feminist Studies. So that is the biography of Dr. Yolanda Munoz. If we are ready, comms team, can we
To all the
play her?
attendees. My name is Yolanda Munoz, and I would like to thank the Center for Human Rights of the Faculty of Law, University of Pretoria, for inviting me to address the participants at the 11th Annual Disability Rights in Africa Conference on Climate Change and Disability in Africa, a human rights response. Climate change and the resulting unpredictability and violence of weather behavior is affecting the whole planet, and Africa is one of the most affected regions in the world. This, despite being one of the regions that produce less carbon dioxide. Article 11 of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities represents a point of departure to advocate for support in case of natural disasters through inclusion in local, national, and regional policies among the states parties. At the same time, the international arena is gradually including disability as a group that deserves attention due to the disproportionate impact that erratic weather behavior has on us. The Paris Agreement of 2015 mentions persons with disabilities in its preamble and establishes the obligation of the states parties to issue a nationally determined contribution, also known as NDC, which is a climate action plan to cut emissions and adapt to climate impacts. In a study conducted by the Disability Inclusive Climate Action Research Program at the McGill University, the team reports that only 37 parties include at least one mention of persons with disabilities in their NDC. That is only 19% of the parties. In the case of Africa, these include Cabo Verde, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Eswatini, Mauritius, Seychelles, Sierra Leone, Tanzania, Togo, Tunisia, and Zimbabwe. According to the study, Uganda, Chad, and Ethiopia omitted persons with disabilities from the revised version of their nationally determined contribution. Regarding the climate adaptation policies, the same study shows that only 24% of the states parties mention persons with disabilities. The African nations that include persons with disabilities are Central African Republic, Egypt, Ghana, Kenya, Madagascar, Malawi, Namibia, South Africa, Sudan, Togo, Uganda, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. I encourage you to read, study, and consult this research to guide your endeavors and support advocacy efforts for disability-inclusive climate policies and programs. In order to do this, it is key to create easy-to-understand materials that will be more accessible for persons with disabilities, their organizations, and decision makers. The topics of climate change and environmental justice are new fields for most organizations in the ground, and at the same time, disability remains an afterthought for most environmental and climate justice defenders. There are important challenges and opportunities ahead. Disaggregated data, for example, represents an important gap to understand the real dimension of the impact on persons with disabilities regarding food insecurity, floods, cyclones, plagues, drought, heat waves, wildfires, and the general degradation of the ecosystems worldwide. Academics and advocates who are among the audience today produce knowledge that is vital to inform the advocacy strategies of persons with disabilities and their organizations. Researchers and organizations of persons with disabilities must work together to create evidence-based data and qualitative research through gathering testimonies and preparing case studies that will give substance to the claim that climate change disproportionately affects persons with disabilities. The recent report by the independent expert on the enjoyment of human rights by persons with albinism about the impact of climate change among this segment of the population is a good example of how to produce knowledge that is accessible for a wide range of audiences, from high-level officials at the UN level to persons with albinism and grassroots organizations. Another example is a case study authored by CBM Global, CBM Madagascar, Global Green Grants Fund, and the Plateforme de Fédération des Personnes Handicapées de Madagascar. This case study mentions that the organizations and authorities in southern Madagascar did not know about existing policies to give priority to persons with disabilities during the famine that followed the 3-year-long drought in the region. Those interviewed mentioned barriers related to lack of access to humanitarian relief, as well as lack of birth registry among many persons with disabilities, which left them unaccounted at the time to plan the distribution of available support. Africa has a vibrant movement of persons with disabilities who are committed to advance the inclusion in emergency preparedness and climate resilience, and they can benefit from experts in the area to improve their understanding on the topic. Global Green Grants Fund, for example, started promoting disability as a priority area in their grant-making portfolio since 2018. Thus far, Sub-Saharan Africa is the region where Global Green Grants Fund has invested most of the available resources. The projects include not only emergency preparedness, but active participation in mitigation efforts, such as reforestation, the use of clean sources of energy by women in Uganda, and community-based research in Mozambique to analyze the inclusion and participation of persons with disabilities in the preparation and response to natural disasters. The Forum of Mozambican Association of Persons with Disabilities is currently assessing the extent to which early warning systems have been inclusive and effective for men, women, and children with disabilities, as well as the extent to which rescue and response actions were inclusive, effective, and equitable for people with disabilities during the passage of Cyclone Freddy. Lastly, they are gauging the extent to which people with disabilities and their organizations have been involved in preparedness and response. These organizations' proactiveness is key to produce knowledge that will inform the next steps in promoting equal opportunities in the present context. However, disability rights organizations need to be more fluent in the concepts and topics related to climate change. Most of the projects that Global Green Grants Fund is funding worldwide are related to capacity building, which means that they need to better understand how climate change and disability rights are related. In this sense, it is crucial to build bridges and make disability central to every dialogue on climate change and environmental justice. For this reason, this initiative of the University of Pretoria represents an important effort to facilitate the exchange of ideas about the topic and to propose strategic actions to streamline the meaningful inclusion of persons with disabilities in the present scenario. We can all be part of the solution, and it is urgent to assume our role and our responsibility as problem solvers and as agents of social change. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much to Dr. Yolanda Munoz for that wonderful keynote address. So this marks the end of this particular session, the introductory session to the conference. Before I hand over to the next moderator, just a few housekeeping rules. We are having simultaneous sign language interpretation taking place, so we urge you to kindly speak slowly and clearly so that our sign language interpreters can keep up with the interpretation. And if you're online, if you're participating online, we kindly request that you mute yourself when you are not speaking to minimize any disruptions with the presentations. And if you're in the room in person, please keep your phones on silent or switch them off completely if you're able to. Without wasting much time, I'm going to invite Ms. Tadewa Nashe Mavunga, who's going to moderate session B of the conference. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Diana, for moderating well and for all our welcoming remarks. Our next session will be almost a deep dive, and so we'll start off by looking at some of the climate disaster responses that have taken place in Africa and how have countries been responding. And our first two case studies will be from Zimbabwe and Malawi. And so I will just get right into it. This topic, as I've mentioned previously, will be on the responses to recent climate disasters in Africa. Our first speaker will be Brian Tinashe Katsidzira. He's from Midland State University in Zimbabwe, and his session will be on towards a rights-based approach to climate change and disability in Africa, lessons learned from Cyclone Idai in Chimanimani, Zimbabwe. He'll be joining us online, but if he can hear me right now, he can actually turn on his video while I read his bio. So Brian Tinashe Katsidzira is a 26-year-old Zimbabwean born and bred in the Eastern Highlands of Zimbabwe, also known as the Manicaland province. He is a human rights law enthusiast, community development officer, peace practitioner with more than 5 years experience in peace and justice programming. He is currently serving as a programs development coordinator at the Zimbabwe Council of Churches under the Humanitarian Services. His work is predominantly focused on several thematic areas, including disability inclusion and protection, gender justice and safeguarding, youth protection, empowerment, civic engagement, and economic justice, climate and disaster management. He holds 3 degrees, namely a BSc in political and public management from Midland State University, a BSc Special Honors in Monitoring and Evaluation, also from Midland State University, and an MSc in Peace, Security, and Development Studies. He is also currently pursuing his Bachelor of Laws degree. His work experience substantively centers around curating advocacy campaigns, developing research publications, capacity building, and developing programs and grant management and compliance, interdisciplinary research, report writing, and facilitation. His aspirations from childhood are based on the fact that human beings in their own context are best suited to address their own developmental needs. Hence, his passion to be at the forefront in championing interventions that alleviate human suffering, confront injustices of the world, and advance inherent human dignity for all people, regardless of their distinctive characteristics. Over to you, Brian.
Thank you very much. Greetings, colleagues. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from all parts of the world that you are. It's an honor to be here and to be presenting on this distinct platform. May you kindly confirm if I'm audible?
Yes, you are. We can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you very much. So without further ado, my presentation is dubbed Towards a Right-Based Approach to Climate and Disability in Africa. Lessons learned from Cyclone Idai in Chimanimani, Zimbabwe. Right. So basically, this presentation explores the intersection of climate change and disability in Africa, which with particular focus on victims of Cyclone Idai in Ngangu, Chimanimani, Zimbabwe. It also seeks to advance a comprehensive response in addressing the needs and rights of PWDs in the face of climate-related disasters. So the presentation will focus on 1, introduction to Cyclone Idai and its impact in Chimanimani, Zimbabwe. 2, understanding the intersection between climate change and disability and vulnerability. 3, challenges faced by individuals with disability during and after Cyclone Idai. Also, number 4, importance of a rights-based approach to climate change in Africa. 5, case studies and best practices from other African countries. Right, and then 6, lastly, the recommendations for policymakers, non-governmental organizations, and communities to foster inclusivity and resilience to climate change. So, background, you would understand that climate change has emerged as one of the most pressing global challenges with profound implications on severe, exacerbating existing vulnerabilities and inequalities. The Cyclone Idai, which struck Chimanimani district in Zimbabwe in March 2019, serves as a poignant example of the devastating consequences of climate change. Its impacts were felt by all groups of people, but it disproportionately affected individuals with disabilities. The unique challenges faced by people with disabilities during and after the disaster highlighted the urgent need for a rights-based approach to climate change. Just a contextualization of Cyclone Idai. The impacts of Cyclone Idai, the impacts of climate change are often disproportionately felt by vulnerable communities, including persons with disabilities. In the aftermath of Cyclone Idai, which struck the Ngangu area in Chimanimani district, the already marginalized population of disabled individuals faced compounded challenges. The continuous emergence, therefore, of climate changes has continued to pose a devastating impact or consequences even to more people who became disabled due to injuries sustained during Cyclone Idai period. The destruction caused by the Cyclone Idai did not only result in the loss of lives or injuring residents, but also resulted in the displacement and destruction of infrastructure. Even as we speak now, climate changes continue to exacerbate the difficulties that are faced by people living with disabilities in accessing basic services and support systems. So now into the rights-based approach, what we mean by a rights-based approach. So this presentation argues that a comprehensive response to climate change must prioritize the rights of persons living with disability. It is important to adopt an inclusive approach that promotes the equal participation, protection, and empowerment of persons living with disabilities in disaster management, climate change adaptation, and mitigation efforts. There is need for policymakers, international organizations, and local communities to integrate disability inclusive strategies into climate change policies and programs. This requires raising awareness about the unique challenges faced by persons living with disabilities in the context of climate change and ensuring their active participation in decision-making processes. Forward into the lessons learned from Cyclone Idai, right? There's one, the issues. As Zimbabwe Council of Churches, right, we have had an interface with the people with quite a number of programs that we are running there in Chimanimani, helping the people who are internally displaced persons. So from what we have learned is that, number one, there's actually an issue of limited access to information and warnings, right? And then also number two, there is an issue or a problem of physical barriers and limited mobility in that area. And also it exemplifies all other areas that are affected by such disasters. There's also the issue of loss or damage of assistive devices due to the destruction of infrastructure. There's also a lack of inclusive evacuation and shelter facilities for persons living with disabilities. There's also limited access to healthcare and support services. Number six, there's also the lack of disability inclusive policies and guidelines. And there's also number seven, inadequate training and awareness amongst the responders. Then lastly, a cancer that is ravaging our communities is a cancer of discrimination and stigma against persons living with disabilities. So what are the solutions that are proffered or proposed to make sure that we right the wrongs that have been advanced, noticed? Number one, we can take from Uganda, right? In Uganda, there's what is called the Integrated Disability Inclusive Guidelines for Inclusive Disaster Reduction. This disability inclusive guidelines ensures that evacuation plans, early warning systems, and relief efforts consider the specific requirements of individuals with disabilities. We can also take another example from the Ethiopian community-based adaptation programs, which includes people with disability in climate change adaptation activities, which therefore provides them with the training and resources to enhance their resilience. There's a saying that says, anything for a particular group of people without that particular group of people is totally that particular group of people. So here's that example. Then also we can delve into the Malawian example. Malawian example.
It looks like we're experiencing a technical glitch or a connectivity issue. If we can maybe give him a minute to see if he'll come back.
Which is on accessible.
It seems like we've lost him, and in the interest of time, we may need to move on to the next speaker. And if he does come back,
I have been booted out livelihoods program. Livelihoods program, which allows.
Can proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. So I was on the Kenyan Inclusive Livelihoods program, which promotes inclusive agricultural practices, providing training, resources, and access to markets for individuals with disabilities to enhance their economic resilience in the face of climate change. Then also lastly, the South African Disability Inclusive Climate Change climate policies, coupled in the National Climate Change Response White Paper, which includes provisions for disability inclusion, ensuring that climate change policies and programs consider specific vulnerabilities and rights of people with disabilities. These are just a few from the many examples of case studies of best approaches. Then recommendations. Recommendations, right? This presentation recommends a partnership and knowledge exchange to facilitate knowledge exchange, capacity building and development of inclusive policies, also integration of disability rights in climate policies, recognizing the specific vulnerabilities and needs of people with disabilities. It also recommends inclusive and participatory decision-making to prioritize the active participation of people with disabilities in decision-making processes through inclusive consultations. It also recommends capacity building and awareness to combat the lack of knowledge, as we have highlighted earlier on. It also recommends accessible communication and information in various formats, that is Braille, large print, and audio and sign language. I'm reading from the chat box. Somebody says they've missed the example on Malawi. So on Malawi, on the previous slide, I had said there's accessible climate information, which is accessible to accessible climate change information and materials in Braille, audio, and sign language to ensure that people with visual and hearing impairments can access vital climate change and make informed decisions. So we were just saying, in terms of disseminating information related to climate change or disaster or warning systems, we must take into consideration the fact that we've got those of our colleagues who have got visual impairments or hearing impairments or other challenges, right, that we need to take into consideration. And therefore, we should disseminate information using a manner that is accessible to them, for them to access information, because it is their right to access information in terms of the human rights law. Then also, in terms of the recommendations, it shows that if these examples are adopted, right, the examples that I've mentioned above, if they are adopted, individuals with disability or living with disability can actively participate in climate change adaptation and mitigation efforts while their rights and specific needs are acknowledged and addressed. Lastly, I believe that by incorporating disability inclusion into climate change initiatives, African countries can foster resilience, ensure equal access to resources and services, and promote a more inclusive and sustainable future for all. In conclusion, this presentation believes that by adopting a human rights framework, we will be able to address the existing gaps in the current discourse on climate change and disability in Africa. This presentation also advocates for a rights-based approach that recognizes and upholds the dignity, autonomy, and well-being of persons living with disabilities, promoting their inclusion in the face of climate change. Ultimately, this presentation aims at contributing to the ongoing dialogue to climate change and disability in Africa, also urging policymakers and stakeholders to embrace a human rights response to that leaves no one behind. It also underscores the urgency of taking proactive measures to protect the rights of persons with disabilities, particularly in the aftermath of climate-related disasters such as Cyclone Idai, as experienced in Ngangu, Chimanimani, Zimbabwe. At this point in time, I'll take in questions and also further additions.
Sorry, Brian, if there's any questions, we'll ask that they be taken at the end. If there's any questions online, feel free to put them into the chat box. And if there are any questions in the room, we'll answer them after both speakers have managed to speak. And while I understand there were some technical difficulties, I'm sure we all managed to get a brief understanding of the experience of Cyclone Idai in Zimbabwe. Our next speaker will be David Samikwa. He will be presenting on the impact of climate change on persons with disabilities in the Chikwawa district of Malawi. And he is with us here in person. He's behind me and will be joining us shortly. David is a young, energetic leader, a holder of a BSc in community development, a diploma in organizational management, diploma in nutrition and food security, and a certificate in tropical agriculture. He is passionate about youth work with more than 5 years experience in youth work and development. He has served as a board member in the National AIDS Commission. He is also a climate change youth leader under the Malawi-Scotland Partnership and a youth change maker under the Youth Wave Malawi. He is an advocate and he has been mobilizing fellow young leaders in climate mitigation and afforestation activities. This includes tree planting, biogas production, cleanup campaigns in hospitals, markets, and schools. He has also been engaging community leaders in the fight against climate change, information dissemination, and environmental management. He has also been involved in print and electronic engagement activities such as weekly radio programs on Times Radio, and has been writing articles about climate change in the Malawi newspaper, as well as on social media platforms. He has also been instrumental in advocating for the banning of thin plastics and use of clean energy sources in Malawi. The floor is all yours, David.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I felt like I'm only the one here because it was just completely quiet, yeah? Okay, so whilst they're working on my laptop so that they can have the presentation, let me start by giving you this very simple question. Can you all check our tables? Look around your tables, please. All right, so the first question is, are the papers on our tables contributing to climate change? Lily? Are the papers on our tables contributing? No. It's a no or yes? It's a yes? It depends. Okay. Let's hear from you first.
Interesting conversations. So yeah, are the papers contributing to climate change? The papers in themselves are not, but we are. Does it make sense what I'm saying? So we are? Yes.
Not the papers?
Yeah.
But the papers didn't find themselves on the tables.
We brought the papers. Someone had to cut the tree to make the paper. So we are the problem.
Okay.
The paper is not the problem.
That's the first answer. We are contributing, not the papers. Okay. Let's hear from others. Okay, there is a hand there. I only have 10 minutes, so I don't know how I'll present here, but it's also important to know either we're walking the talk or not, yeah?
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. The papers here are written information that is advocating for climate change. So if they are sending a message of climate change, they are somehow conscientizing us to be climate conscious.
Okay, so are we not moving a step forward and 2 steps backwards? We are, yeah. So we are not walking the talk. Okay.
Yeah, I would want to respond to the previous speaker who was saying the papers are written information that is conscientizing us about climate change. But I'll still stand on my first point, right? We are the problem. You know what we could have simply done is download the program on our phones, read the program, and whatever the message we are trying to conscientize ourselves on our phones. And then we leave the paper out of all this.
We go paperless.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly
which is very possible, yeah?
Yes, it is.
Okay. There is a hand here.
Morning, my name is Paul. It's a catch 22 situation. Reason being is the emails also cause carbon emissions. So it's really a best of the devils.
Any comments or anything? Yeah, there's another hand here.
I think it's down to the practicalities of if we didn't provide programs and other information in print form, would everybody be able to access that information? And sometimes it's not everybody, so maybe it could have been done in a way that some who can access the information online could do so, and those who need it in print form should be given in print form. And it's a balancing act, I think. It's not one size fits all.
Okay, so it's not one size fits all. Some could have accessed it well, but others couldn't, yeah? Yeah, some with vision impairment could have difficulties, I think, to access the information. But still, we've wasted a lot of papers here. We would have considered those people with vision impairment and other problems only. But some of us, we could have at least access through our phones. We're busy on our phones and everything. I think it would be very possible. All right. As said earlier, I'm David Samiko from Chikwawa, Malawi. Unfortunately, due to some technical issues, I won't be able to have it shown there. So I'll just be presenting from my laptop. So I'll be presenting on impact of climate change on persons with disabilities, a focus on Chikwawa district of Malawi. So the fight against climate change in Malawi seems to be going on the right direction on paper, but not in real life. And this is a very common trend in many countries. It's like the policies, everything is just quite good. But when we go down to check the same in the communities on the ground, it's totally different. It is very unfortunate that young people with disabilities are not provided with equal access to information, services, participation at all levels. So it's like we're making the noise, but when it turns to the practicality of it, to say, where are the young people in the committees? Where are the young people at this level? It's not real. It's not happening. The availability of strategies and policies do not clearly explain the representation of young people. Like in Malawi, we have the youth policy of 2023-2030. It says 30% of young people should be in all the decision-making bodies. But if you go there, you won't find any young person, or maybe one or two. If you calculate that with the whole committee, you see that it's less than even 5%. So a close reflection of the system reveals the gaps in the fight against climate change, which is leaving the young people with disabilities behind. There's been a return of failures in the implementation of the climate change response strategy, disaster management, and Malawi National Adaptation Plan. We all know that disability covers a range of conditions that limit a person's ability to certain activities. There are many types of disabilities, including those that affect vision, hearing, speech, and mobility. The National Statistical Office of Malawi, NSO, of 2018 found that 1,734,250 people from the total population of 19.5 million aged 5 and older have at least one type of disability, representing 11.6% of the total population. Of this population, 134,636 are persons with albinism, who make up to 0.8% of the national population, aged 5 and above. Now, Chikwawa is one of the areas that it's very, very hot in most of the year. The temperatures can go as far as 43 degrees. So imagine 43 degrees to a person with albinism. Your guess is as good as mine, yeah? So out of the population with disabilities, 855,186 were females, representing 11%. Above 80% of women and girls with disabilities live in the rural communities where access to information, education, work, health, it's a big challenge. These women and girls with disabilities experience a reduced standard of living. So Chikwawa district lies at a low altitude where all the waters from districts like Mwanza, Neno, Blantyre go to. And every year we experience floods. And these consequences of the floods are dire. And the impact is being felt by people with disabilities in the district. However, the strategies that the victims do not put on board people with disabilities. Cyclones have hit Malawi for the past 4 consecutive years. To date, over 1,000 lives are still unaccounted for, and over 1,000 we found dead just last year, 2022, 2023. And thousands of households were displaced, and some are still living in the camps. So issues of deforestation, settlement, cultivation, and unregulated areas, people living in these areas like the hills, waterfalls, and reservoirs greatly contribute to the damage by the cyclones. I'm told I only have a few minutes. I think I've spent much of the time when I was trying to get connection, yeah? So I'll just skip to So I'm coming from a youth organization, which we call Fambawone. Famba, it's like a Shona name, yeah? I think some of us know Famba, it's move, yeah? So we're trying to move and see what is happening. So as a youth organization, we are trying to bring young people on board to take part in climate mitigation and a number of activities. And so far we have trained 50 young people, which we're calling them youth ambassadors, or to say youth representatives in climate action. These young people are going out in the communities, giving out messages, because we know we have some hard to reach areas where these young people or people in those areas can't access information. So they're going out and reaching out to the people with messages and information around climate change, mitigation, and the other areas. And all these activities, the research and technical support is coming from Disability Rights Fund, DRF. A big hand to DRF, please. So as part of Way Forward, what are we doing? What do we want? We're trying to assist in awareness raising efforts to ensure that policies and programs concerning the rights of persons with disabilities in the context of climate change is going down to the grassroots level. By empowering disabled persons and meaningfully including their rights, ideas, and perspective, a disability rights approach has the potential to generate climate solutions that resonate with a greater share of the population. Climate change mitigation and adaptation policies should reliably support people with disabilities, and climate change action at all levels should draw on the knowledge and insights of people with disabilities. It's about us asserting the knowledge and right to a leadership role in this. Nothing for us without us. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you for that, David. We'll now allow for about 2 or 3 questions. Are there any questions in the room? And if there are any questions online, please feel free to either raise your hand or start speaking. And these can be questions for either David or Brian. Okay, and we have one question in the room at the back.
Oh, hi. Good morning, colleagues, everybody. Hi. Oh, it's David Ngubuka by the name. Yeah, the Department of Education, Faculty of Education. So yeah, now I would like to also entertain the paper issue. Like, okay, maybe yesterday, South Africans, actually, during the weekend, the South Africans were extremely excited. The hype of elections, yeah, brings some emotions and different understanding and stuff. So, yeah, mostly, yeah, in the country, I believe we are still using the paper-based election system. So the paper-based election system that automatically people gonna go and commit themselves and put across or cast a ballot for them to elect a leader to be elected to go and stand for us all, I believe maybe to the COP28. Yeah, I think the COP28 meeting, which is due in United Arab Emirates. So yeah, that as another analogy, that paper is very important. In some other instances, we could agree to disagree. So I also like to understand in regards with I think David, maybe the question it could be directed to you, this one. Yeah, following I think is the United Nations 5 Ps, United Nations 5 Ps for people, planet, for climate change, people, for gender. But now, are we also need to remind the United Nations it's not only about gender only. Also political participation is very important also to disabled people. And the one is prosperity. Yeah, I don't know if the non-communicable diseases was also part of it. I think COVID showed us, or did we also miss the point to say COVID was part of a climate disaster in a sense to say people who suffered, who encounter difficulties during that time. Yeah, and partnership, I think, yeah, if we could build a great partnership, yeah, we can go for, let's work together so we can walk a long distance. Thanks.
Thank you. My name is Kwame, and this question goes to David. Glad he is still standing there. I want to understand, you mentioned a huge number of persons with albinism affected in the districts you spoke about. What were some of the mitigating measures you put in place to ensure that you don't get attacked because now they are exposed, they leave the comfort of their home living in camps, and also other climate disasters affecting them? What were some of the mitigation measures you put in place to ensure that first they are not attacked and also they get benefit from all that climate responses that has been provided? Thank you.
Yes. Okay. No.
Thank you. Again, Pomazia. Mine is considering the technical glitches, if it's possible for us to have access to those presentations for both speakers for inference purposes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me start with Kwame. You're asking about persons with disabilities in camps and how the situation has been, how the people are protected, what mitigation measures were taken. Yeah, it hasn't been easy because when disasters happen, especially floods and all that, you're talking of houses are affected, hospitals, even schools. So in most cases, the people are taken to one place where it's like an upper land where the people are just put in camps. I think that is why in my presentation, unfortunately, that we didn't beam it up there, but you could have seen some of the places because I included some pictures. It was really, really bad because you can think of someone using a wheelchair, someone who's, all those challenges or those disabilities, and they put in one classroom block. These people, they have to access maybe a common toilet, common bathroom and all that. So it hasn't been easy. Of course, I know that some organizations came in, they supported, but it can't be as life as normal is supposed to be. So it's something that we need to take seriously. That is why it said prevention is better than cure. You see, we're supposed to take action now, and the time is now. Going to you, my brother, there, you just took me back to something around COP28, which is happening in a couple of days coming. So we have had 27 sessions. The question should be, do you think we're going in the right direction? Just last year, we heard that the temperatures are going up, yeah? We like hitting, I don't know, I think we hit something like 1 degree or thereabout, yeah? But we've had sessions and sessions, our readers, everyone, experts and everyone, they go to COP, they discuss, we all go back to our countries. But are we going in the right direction? Where are we missing it? What is going wrong? Let's give an example. Maybe I'll give this one, more or less like a question. How many of us have planted trees or a tree 2023? A simple question. Okay, Jose there. How many of us have I've only seen one hand. How many of us have planted a tree in 2023? How many? How many trees? Yes. Okay. She's planted 2 trees. How many? 5 trees. Okay, five trees in 3 years. Over the 5 trees over 3 years. One on your birthday. Okay, how many? More than 10. So when I was asking that question about paper, how many trees do you think you've used, or how many trees have been used to make paper that you've used yourself from the tree now you're talking about? Okay, so you're going digital. But how many trees have you used in the past? You see, so sometimes we take it as easy as it sounds to say, okay, no, it's I can do this, I can do. Sometimes you need to think beyond what is happening. How much and how are we contributing towards all this? So we are part of it. Though we're making all this noise, but we are part of it and we are contributing very much. All right.
Thank you for engaging, and thank you for those responses, David. I think in the best interests of time, we do have to move on to our next session. And this session will be on legislation, policy, and state obligations. And our moderator for that session will be my colleague, Tandi Mpopo, and she'll come up now.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our second session. In the interest of time, under the session of legislation, policy, and state obligation, we only have one presenter. Mr. Usman Jahoon had to leave because of an emergency. So our first presenter is Oberwen Jalel. He'll be presenting on climate change and disability inclusion in Ghana, an analysis of legal and policy frameworks and civil society activism for inclusive climate action. I will quickly go through his bio. Jalel is a holder of 2 master's degrees, one from the University of Pretoria, an MPhil in disability rights with distinction, and the previous one from the University of Development Studies in Organization Development with World System Transformation as a major. Jalel currently serves on the Councils of Africa Disability Forum, Africa Platform for Social Protection, Autism Society of West Africa, Special Olympics Ghana, Civil Society Platform for Social Protection Ghana, and Inclusion International as Africa's regional representative. At Inclusion Africa, Jalel is the chairperson of Board of Directors and has been working for the past 13 years at Inclusion Ghana as the national coordinator. He is also a core member of steering committee of the Civil Society Coordination Mechanism, responsible for promoting the active participation of persons with disabilities in the conference of state parties through a unified voice. He is a member of Ghana's Inclusive Education Implementation Steering Committee and a strong advocate of people with disabilities at the country, regional, and global levels. You only have 10 minutes for your presentation. Over to you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Since time is our enemy, we're going to launch straight into the presentation. So I'm looking at climate change and disability inclusion in Ghana, an analysis of the legal and policy frameworks and civil society activism for inclusive climate. Do I have my presentation? I can just go ahead. Okay. All right, by way of introduction, I want to indicate some few facts. Climate change has shown to be both having both direct and indirect impacts on a wide range of human rights, including the rights of persons with disabilities. Natural disasters and gradual environmental changes can significantly affect the access of persons with disabilities to food, housing, employment, safe drinking, water, and sanitation, education, and health services. This is a report from WHO 2011. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change in 2018 predicted that the poorest population, which we generally know persons with disabilities are included, will continue to experience the worst effects of climate change through lost income, displacement, hunger, and ill health. Ghana is extremely vulnerable to climate variability and change, which continues to endanger future growth and development. Also, there are other facts: rising temperatures, high degrees of rainfall variability, and rising sea levels in Ghana may negatively impact infrastructure, hydropower production, and food security. This is also a report from the World Bank. The World Bank also states in 2010 in one of its reports that carbon emissions have also increased over time in Ghana due to increased deforestation, fuel consumption for thermal electricity production, and transport. Flooding is expected to increase in Ghana due to changes in the frequency and intensity of heavy rainfall and changes in soil saturation. This is also a report in 2022. If you look at the onset of climate change in Ghana, it has had significant implications on persons with disabilities and highlights the need for disability inclusion in policy and interventions to address the climate change menace. So before I talk about all the legal legislation, particularly the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, there were some prior legislation that were talking, were addressing issues of disability rights. And for that matter, you see a lot of, relationship with climate change. If you look at the human rights that climate change affects, you are talking about, right to life, right to self-determination, right to health, right to education, right to development, and the likes. And in these instruments, this has been captured, provisions have been made for persons with disability. And these human rights include the International Covenant on the Civil and Political Rights, the International Covenant on the Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. And so these policies preceded the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and has some impact when it comes to disability rights, and for that matter, issues of climate change. The most important document when it comes to climate change there are several international instruments, but the most important one is the United Nations Framework Convention on the Climate Change, as well as the Paris Agreement. But if you look at the United Nations Framework, beginning 1994, on the 21st of March, the UN FCC, which in short, which represent the United Nations Framework Convention on the Climate Change, was entered into force. Today, it has near universal membership. Ghana is actually a party to this particular instrument. But just so you know, the UNFCCC is not a legally binding instrument. And that is why we had the Paris Agreement, which was adopted, in September 2015 and went into force on the 4th of October 2016. But when you look at the foundation of it, it is the UNFCCC. And that instrument was actually adopted, together with two other instruments, which is the UN Convention on the Biological Diversity and Convention to Combat Desertification. And this was adopted in Rio de Janeiro in 1992. The principles, which is basically the Article 3, highlights the need to respect, promote, and consider the respective human rights obligations, including persons with disabilities, when actually addressing climate change. The UNFCCC recognizes the importance of education in promoting the changes needed to foster sustainable development. If you look at Article 6 of the UNFCCC, and the reason why I talk about that more is that it's a very elaborate, instrument that has a lot of provisions that basically you can connect with persons with disability. And so if you look at the Article 6, it reaffirms the need to engage persons with disability in climate mitigation and adaptation activities. The Conference of Parties encourage a participatory approach and the need for stakeholder input. And so this includes persons with disability when it comes to change adaptation planning and implementation. As well, I mentioned the CRPD, which is also the most important instrument when it comes to people with disability. And this reaffirms that all persons with disabilities are entitled to enjoy the fundamental human rights and freedom on an equal basis with others. It also offers a guiding framework for action, including building an inclusive climate change responses and resilience. The guiding principles of the CRPD actually spells out a human rights-based approach, which in relation to climate resilience is actually based on non-discrimination, participation, and inclusion. So when you look at the articles, in the CRPD, the ones that you can easily reference to, climate change is Article 2, where you have the definitions where you are talking about reasonable accommodations, communication, and others. Then Article 3, talking about the principles. Article 4.3, which talks about obligations, the state obligations, but particularly zooming into, how persons with disabilities are participating in the processes of policy making and the likes. Article 9, accessibility. Article 11, situation of risk and humanitarian emergencies. Article 19, talking about living independently and being part of the community. 20, personal mobility, and then 21. And all these articles, you can see that they are connected to, climate change in a lot of ways for persons with disability. Also, when you look at the general comment number 2, general comment number 2 of the CRPD relating to accessibility, general comment 5, that also relates to living independently, number 6, talking about non-discrimination, equality and non-discrimination, and number 7, which talks about the participation of persons with disability. You see that this is very instructive, on, how this relates to persons with disability. Then also we have the 2030 agenda for sustainable development goals, and particularly the goal that refers to, climate change is goal 13. And as you know it, all the goals are interconnected. And so climate change you can find in everything, because it does affect education, it does affect health, it does affect, employment, even in reducing inequalities. And so these are very critical, laws to note. And these are very important when it comes to disability rights obligation. So in Ghana, under the international human rights law, Ghana has clear obligations to respect, protect, and fulfill the rights of persons with disability in the context of climate change. I mentioned the Paris Agreement, and the preamble affirms the need for state parties to take action to address climate change by respecting, promoting, and considering their obligations on human rights. Also, as a party to the CRPD, we are obliged to take into account all the differential impacts of climate change on the rights of persons with disability. We are obliged under the CRPD to provide accessible information, and this is very critical, and for persons with disability, as it strengthens their capacity to participate in climate decision making. The country is also required to ensure persons with disability have access to judicial or administrative proceedings and effective remedies when they suffer harm from climate action. Finally, Ghana is obliged to support international efforts to combat climate change and enhance the climate resilience of persons with disability. And so if you look at the 2015 Paris Agreement, countries are called to outline their post-2020 climate actions that they are intended to take in the form of the nationally determined contributions. And Ghana's nationally determined contributions are actually anchored on the anticipated 40-year development plan. And we also do have a national climate change policy, and there are other policies that actually contribute to this. In November 2021, Ghana adopted an updated national determined contribution for 2020 to 2030. The Article 4 of the Paris Agreement, and affirms Ghana's commitment to combat climate change across 19 policy areas. However, there was no reference that was made to persons with disabilities in both the initial and the updated NDCs. Of course, I mentioned that the National Climate Change Policy was adopted in 2013, but again, it does not include persons with disability when it comes to climate mitigation actions. Moreover, although it highlights the importance of monitoring and evaluation of mitigation measures, persons with disabilities are generally excluded from planning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of these measures. Nonetheless, such references, even though persons with disabilities are referenced in Ghana's national climate change policy in the area of climate adaptation, such references, are cursory in nature. These shortcomings highlight the need for a disability rights approach to climate governance, and this brings into, sharp focus, the civil society activism, which we say is key. And so we say, when it comes to civil society, we are playing a very key role when it comes to environmental sustainability by addressing climate change. And it is in the areas of energy, waste management, and land use. Civil society also play a critical role in climate change mitigation and adaptation through monitoring and advocacy of public policies and community empowerment. Civil societies, which include organizations of persons with disability, are recognized to play important roles in advancing climate justice in the areas of advocacy and awareness, climate policy influencing, capacity building of persons with disabilities on climate change mitigation, adaptation, research and data collection, networking, and collaboration. In conclusion, we say that Ghana is falling short of its obligation to respect, protect, and fulfill the rights of persons with disability in the context of climate change. The exclusion of persons with disability from Ghana's climate change policy framework is troubling, given the multiple forms of discrimination that are confronted with. Finally, in terms of recommendation, we want to ensure that there's meaningful, informed, and effective participation of persons with disability and organizations of persons with disability in climate policy making and decision making processes. Of course, there are many other recommendations, about 5 of them, but for lack of time, I'll end here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that lovely presentation. Do we have any questions or comments from the audience? Okay.
Thank you very much for the presentation and the outlook to different countries which are taking place. So now we'd like to also know, like, beside advocacy, so are the disability people also taking initiatives in Ghana? For instance, in the entrepreneur space, we know the renewable also is opening markets for venturing. Also, like for instance, I would think about a entrepreneur selling solar system, but knowing that he's an albino, also the son has an impact in his life treatmentally, but he's trying to make an initiative to convince the powers that be to say, even if the advocacy is not on my side, but I can still like try to convince and also open the doors for other people to put maybe bread on the table. Yeah, thanks.
All right, thank you. You talked something around the policy of 2013. It's not a strategy that you use in Ghana. The question is, there has been any reviews or any changes because things are changing with time, yeah? So 2013 up to date, what has been the trend and how is the government or the NGOs and everyone considering that, looking at the time, the changes and everything? Thank you.
So very quickly, I want to say that the organizations of persons with disability has become much more aware now than before. And so we are contributing to many policy drafting and other things. But particularly much recent, there was a flooding, which was as a result of opening of our biggest dam in Ghana, which there was very big spillage and it affected a lot of communities. And obviously persons with disabilities were affected. And that is what created even more awareness that we need to do a lot more data collection to understand, you know, some of these circumstances. And so I think we are much more, you know, aware right now. And I think in the past, not so much work has been done in the area of climate change, but especially now that it's on the table, it's everywhere, everybody's talking about it. I think that many organizations are taking the bull by the horn. And so that is where we are at. I wouldn't say we have done much, but it's still work in progress. And in terms of policy making, we are trying to make sure we are inputting in various policies that government is working on.
Thank you for the submissions. My key takeaway from your presentation is that we do have gaps in terms of our legislation or in terms of laws. They're actually leaving other people behind. And the whole point is about inclusion. So my question is, what options do we have, not only for Ghana, but in the context of Africa, which works for us so that we include everyone? Our policies becomes more community-driven, people-centered and more progressive in so doing. Do we have a model which can have so that we can actually galvanize different action stakeholders, including academia, researchers, as well all those interested parties, including those duty bearers, so that we come up with sensible policies? Then from there, we have a challenge of being pragmatic, putting them to work in action, so that they don't just become good policies, but also in terms of implementation. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think generally you have nailed it.
Can I also ask a question that goes well with this?
Okay, sure.
So apologize for cutting. So it's very quick. So in terms of climate activism, and that is the second part of your presentation, what are the 2-3 things you would say organizations of persons with disabilities in Ghana need in terms of capacity to be effective in pushing for inclusive disability climate change policy?
Okay. All right. So let me take the very first question. And that has to do with what shall we do it has become apparent that disability rights or disability, mainstreaming, whatever we want to, call it, it's always an afterthought. It is always something that does not come until something really occurs. We are more reactive, than being proactive. And so for me, what will be very critical is to make sure that first and foremost, talking about legislation making and other significant things, we mainstream disability. Disability inclusion must be critical. That is where it starts from. Because if we are going to always, we hear something has happened and now we are going to input, it will be too late for us. And so it must start from a national, level where every conversation that happens must also come with a disability input. And I think that is where it begins from. And then it means that everything that we will have as a product, whether it's a legislation, policy, or program, it already has, the disability component in there. And I think that is the starting point, I'll say. And then talking about the issue about where do we think, what OPDs lack, to be able to input. I think that first and foremost, it is issues of data. A lot of times, data drives, everything. And I think that in the disability space, you agree with me that we always don't have data. And when it comes to climate change challenges, it's very critical that if something happens somewhere, like a flood, we should already know our members over there. That would be very important. I think we also need to be able, I think most of, government agencies have people who sometimes don't have, the disability expertise. They just put people there just to be, looking at disability issues, but they don't have that expertise. It will be very critical that in our advocacy work, we want to ensure that people who are part of government or government institutions that are advocating for people with disabilities have the expertise. This will be very critical. Otherwise, many of the conversations that will be had, you see that there will be the gaps all the time. And I think that OPDs generally are also very, very laid back. We because of the whole charity mentality, we're always laid back. We don't know how to claim our rights. And so I think we need to empower, OPDs to always be in there and to make sure that, we are claiming that which is ours. I think these will be few things that I think we can consider. Thank you.
Thank you for all your inputs. One more question, and then
Hello.
we'll take a break.
I'll just start again. So I was just saying thank you. It's really been a very enlightening presentation, and it's been so much fun because I found that the research that you've presented is concurring with the research that I've also been generating. And just one point, comment I'd like to add for you, and very helpful and correct that you said, it's so puzzling how leaders have not included data as part of policies, but we can take some pride in knowing that Kenya is leading the way, and we can take the progress that has been seen in Kenya as an example, because according to Kenya's 2019 census, they've released percentages of people with disabilities who are actually affected by climate change. And if we can follow a model like that, we can have a way forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. My statement is not directed at you, sir. It's directed at the gentleman who asked the first question around legislation, the gentleman at the far corner there, well, not corner, stressed in white. The term albino, we find it very derogatory. the words that are used to describe persons as ourselves is a person with albinism. So even for the people who are not aware, in this session, as we continue, you're not going to hear the word albino. You're going to hear person with albinism, persons with albinism. Let's just get that correct. I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you for all your inputs. Before we take a break, the presenters who are here in person are requested to log into Zoom so that they can share their presentations. We are going to take a break and we'll be back by 11:10. Thank you.
LMS, come to smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me blind like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, moment myself no do past like this. So many things inside the machine. Slide down DBT, DBT.
Yeah, that's right. So, yeah, it's like it got totally new.
Can you all hear me and see me or feel me? Imagine me. Right. So we are in the third session for the day, session C, which focuses on climate change with albinism. This session is particularly important because I think this is the most important session, and I will be very biased because I have very important people who are also dear to me in this session. Kwame, we studied together at the center, and the other participants who we were just at the Mothering and Albinism conference just a few months ago. So it's also a pleasure to see them and interact with them in this session. So we are already 19 minutes behind schedule, so I will just go straight into the program. Moluka Ann, if you are available online and have the video ready, we will start with the video screening and then we will continue with the other sessions, presentations just short. Thank you. Is the video ready? I think it's still loading. Okay, all right, thank you. While we wait for the video to load, Annalene, are you ready to join us on stage? Annalene Matiba? Yes, you're also part of this panel.
Sorry, the video was playing. Were you unable to hear it?
No, we can't hear or see the video.
Okay, I will try it again. Sorry.
All
right. An island in the Caribbean where there are houses.
Okay, still nothing over here. And are you with us? We still can't hear or see anything.
Yeah. She said we should continue with the others and just sign a lot better.
Okay, that's fine. So we continue with the session and she will send it. Okay, great. I will just, I hope you don't mind if I just follow the program. So for this session, we would have the presenters will both have about 7 minutes. Is that enough? I am suggesting, let's negotiate here. Okay, so let's say 10 minutes for the presentations. And then after that, we would watch the video and then take questions at the end. So I am going to start with my dear friend, Kwame, who is not just an alumni of the center, but is also a disability rights advocate and human rights defender from Ghana with great experience in human rights advocacy focusing on albinism. So Kwame, thank you so much. Your 10 minutes, you can go right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Janet, and good morning, everyone. Yes, my name is Kwame, and as she said, I'm from Ghana, and my presentation will focus on the impact of climate change on persons with albinism in Africa and a human rights concern. Yes. Good. So as a form of an outline, we'll have a bit introduction, then we look at the vulnerabilities of persons with albinism, and we look at climate change and its impact on health, education, and employment of persons with albinism. And then we digest a bit about the intersectionalities and how this affects the vulnerabilities of persons with albinism, and we take some few recommendations. So Africa is known for its ecological diversity and climate vulnerability, and climate change affects various aspects of life on the continent, including human rights. And persons with albinism are particularly vulnerable due to their unique characteristics. Because we don't have melanin in our skins, any little exposure to sun gives us sunburns, which leads to skin cancer. And let's take a, you can see from the presentation, there is a map that looks about 99% red. That is the UV index in Africa. That is how the ultraviolet rays in Africa, the radiation that we are exposed to, that is how hot and extensive it is. And persons with albinism, because of lack of
melanin, which protects all of us, we get easily burned. And it says what the UV index is a forecast of an amount of skin damaging UV radiation expected to reach the Earth's surface at the time when the sun is highest in the sky, especially around midday. And average UV index in Africa is often higher than 10 and rarely drops to 7. It means what we get easily burned at a little exposure. So for example, if I'm in the sun, I'll get burned. My skin will start getting red after 5 minutes of being in the sun. And after 10 minutes, I'll start feeling burning sensations on my skin at a touch. And if I continue to be in that sun for 20 minutes, I'll get to this level of burn. I'm sorry for those who cannot see this kind of image. The level of burning that can lead to skin. What makes us more vulnerable to climate impact? One is we are very susceptible to skin cancer because of exposure to sun and the UV radiation. You can be in a room, but you still get burned because the UV rays can go through the window and then you get burned. And you have visual impairments, which, our eyes are very sensitive to very bright lights. So, and also once you walk into the sun, it's much bright. You need to close your eye to about 90% of the time so that you can be able to cope with the bright light. And these bright lights, because we lack melanin in our eyes, the UV rays penetrate and they cause damages to our eyes. If I say our eyes, I'm just referring to persons with albinism, myself, Annalene, and Patrick. And those are the few I could spot in the room. Yes. We also have pre-existing stigma coupled with skin disfigurements caused by climate change. If you look at me closely, you can see some dark spots on my face. Those are real impacts of climate change. People, there is this myth that because we eat salt, that causes the black spot, but now we are learning that it's not the use of salt in our food that causes the dark spots, but rather it's an impact of climate change because we are exposed ourselves to the harsh realities of the weather. Growing up, I was a young boy who always goes to the farm, play along with others in the sun, and these are the impacts you can see on my face now. And the most prevalent one is the harmful practices targeting persons with albinism. Across Africa, we are exposed to various forms of harmful practices. In some instances, we are killed for our body parts. And to connect this to climate change, for example, in Malawi, when the cyclone Freddy was happening, somebody was also busy looking for a person with albinism to kill. And that happened because they now leave their homes and have to live in camps. They are more exposed because of climate disasters, and then he gets attacked. And in Ghana specifically, there are communities that we cannot go to because it is believed that our presence in those communities can cause rain to stop falling and apparently lead to famine. So once a child with albinism is born in that community, either the child is killed or the mother has to run away with that child. And when you're a person with albinism and you walk into that community, you'll be chased out. Now, let's look at how it affects the health of persons with albinism. One is the vulnerabilities. For example, climate change, when these disasters happens, for example, in recent disaster happened in Ghana, there are several infrastructures that got damaged, and this affects the health infrastructure for the country. The same happened in Malawi, where infrastructures got damaged. That means what persons with albinism cannot have access to the basic health screenings that they have to go through, and they can have access to dermatologists, they can have access to sunscreen, they can have access to ophthalmologists to go for eye screening and then skin screening. So these greatly impact their health. The second part is the challenges accessing healthcare. Once these infrastructures are damaged, it becomes difficult for us to go to do this kind of assessment on our skin, on our eyes, and other health implications that come with skin cancer. And as a result, there will be a lack of proper skin cancer prevention, screening, and treatment. and this also affects the provision of eye care services. As far as the healthcare concern, also the healthcare costs will also increase. And so in most cases, you will not have dermatologists or ophthalmologists in smaller communities or villages or remote areas. So persons with albinism have to travel long distances to go to these places. This inflates their cost of treating or healthcare costs. And in the situation where climate disasters happened, it become even more exacerbated. I'll move straight to education because of time. Have to be fast. So in education, the same thing that happened in health where infrastructure is destroyed, the same thing happened when climate disasters happen. Educational infrastructure is destroyed, and then person with albinism have to find a way to live in, like their disruption in their school hours. There's already barriers we face. And then when climate disasters happen, then it gets more exacerbated and heightened. Then we can think about our vulnerability when there's a school closure. Sometimes school closures affect the contact hours that we have with our teachers. And then when that happens, we become more vulnerable to these situations. I'll move straight to sometimes even working from home to school. I remember growing up in my junior high school time, I have to walk 3 kilometers from and to school. And this also have a lot of impacts on my education because I get burns, and sometimes the burning, it's so intense that I cannot go to school the next day. Go straight to employment barriers. Because of the disfigurement that comes with skin cancer, which is caused by climate change, it is very difficult for us to get jobs because people look at us to be weird, and sometimes we are not kind of good looking to be in front desk or to work with others. Others also believe that we can be a scare to other potential customers, and then it's become very difficult for us to get employment because of climate change that have impact on our skin. We have wrinkling, we have pen face, always going out with red face, and always having dark spots kind of prevents us from getting sustainable jobs. And we are also having visual impairments, and this also affects the kind of work that we are supposed to be doing. And it's very important, and due to climate change that affect this. Yeah, let me just go straight to some of the intersectionalities. So I talked about education already, that is climate change and education intersect with each other. And as I explained earlier, the same happen in health and the same happen also in employment. Let me just go straight into some recommendations because I have barely 2 minutes. One, we need to look at inclusive policies. We need to look at inclusive healthcare policies, especially in terms of skin cancer treatments. When we are looking at disaster areas, we need to consider that persons with albinism are living in such situations, and therefore their needs need to be included in these measures. And we can also look at developing educational system that is more inclusive, can allow children with albinism to wear long sleeves, trousers, and wide brim hats to school so that they get protected from the impact of the sun. And then we can look at equal employment opportunities. We need to also consider persons with albinism in unemployment equity policies so that at least when we are making such policies, we make provision for their accommodation, especially if there should be an accommodation for uniform. Maybe a security officer with albinism, instead of the uniform being a short sleeve, it could be a long sleeve. Then it's complemented with a long, wide brim hat and a sunglass. And also a policy where sunscreens can be part of their health insurance policy to cater for their protection. And I'll also talk about engagement. Community engagement is very crucial. Education is important because many people lack information on albinism. They tend to discriminate and then create a lot of stigmas, which creates a lot of problem for persons with albinism. So community engagement is very crucial to spread the information on albinism. And the last one I'll talk about is socioeconomic support for persons with albinism to allow adaptation to work, and such as shades and protective clothing are also catered for. To conclude, I will say what our vulnerabilities intersect compounding the impact of climate change and necessitation acting. Mitigation and adoption strategies are essential to protect the rights and well-being of individuals with albinism in the African context. And also, it is our collective responsibility to take action and advocate for change. We must support inclusive policies, resilient building efforts, and awareness campaigns to combat stigma and discrimination, both pre-existing and those that are caused by climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Kwame. It is our collective action, our collective responsibility to take action. May I also call Anneli Matiba, if you're ready to join us on stage? Thank you. I mean, I read your bio, you're a model, so I'm looking forward to you sprouting on stage. Anne, I don't know if you're ready for us.
Hi, so I will ask Setu, who's also online, to share the video so that I do not get kicked out again. And then I'll present after, whenever you're ready for me to present. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
A young man with albinism shared an island in the Caribbean where there are houses on a hill and the land meets the endless ocean waves. A young man with albinism sharing his story. A community with houses, people walking, children playing, and birds flying from a distance.
I'm Martinez, and my family have been living on these islands for 4 generations.
A busy market with people selling different types of food products.
As a child, I would go to the market with my family to sell our farm products.
3 kids, one with albinism, sitting under a tree in a forest, playing with small toys.
My friends and I used to spend hours playing in the forest, protected by the towering trees.
1 man cutting a tree with a chainsaw, and the tree falls, while 2 other men are loading trees in a truck in an area that has deforestation.
But it's just happening to see the trees shrinking rapidly as people cut down trees without planting new ones.
A hand of a person with albinism being exposed to sun rays and getting sunburned.
I have noticed that without the shade from the trees, my skin gets burnt more often.
Dark clouds have formed and lightning strikes. Raindrops falling into a village that has crops and causes flooding.
The worst tropical storm season it has gone. It flooded everywhere, destroying our farms and homes.
Tents spread around in an open space with water buckets inside. Some people are sitting outside, others are walking.
The tents provided by the Disaster Relief Fund were very hot inside, so we spent more time out in the sun.
The wind howls and sweeps away dust.
The storm changed the terrain, and with my poor vision, it was hard to get around. We lost our livelihood to the storm and faced additional expenses.
A small truck with 4 people inside is driving away, while others remain and waving at them.
Forcing some family members to seek work elsewhere.
A young man with albinism, his mother, who also has albinism, and father are at the clinic listening to a doctor.
Recently, a sunburn refused to heal, and it was discovered I had skin cancer. I underwent a quick operation to prevent its spread. The clinic emphasized the importance of protective measures like long-sleeve clothing, hats, and SPF 50 sunscreen.
There is a polluted environment around the houses, sun rays hitting harshly, fire burning from a distance with smoke going up.
Due to climate change, this is crucial as there is reduced forest cover and increased pollution. Unfortunately, people with albinism face even greater challenges in some African countries.
Two groups of people of various races, with one group gossiping about and pointing at the other, while the latter group is composed of more individuals with albinism.
Their superstitions blame them for climate-related disasters, and some are victims of violence.
Persons with albinism outside Climate Forum holding include us and nothing for us without us posters.
While climate change discussions are ongoing, persons with albinism have been excluded.
Diverse group of people locking hands.
It's crucial for countries to include us and conduct more research to understand how climate change affects us.
An island with houses, with clean environment on a hill, trees growing, and an ocean from afar.
UV-conscious urban planning and access to free sunscreen and skin cancer treatment are necessary to safeguard our health.
Thank you very much for that video. Okay, I think we're done. Or did I get up too quickly? Oh, great, we're done. So, Anne, I think the message of the video, the concluding message was very important, where it says that it is good for countries to conduct research in understanding climate change and albinism, which will now take me to your presentation of the report on climate change and albinism. As the UN independent expert on the rights of persons with albinism, I could not have thought of anyone more qualified, especially since you work directly on that report, to present the report to us here today. So if you're ready, please, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Just adjusting my laptop so that you can actually see me. Sorry, I seem to be having a lot of problems today, and now you're seeing the back of my screen. So I'll just share my PowerPoint presentation. Sorry you can't see me in person, but can you hear me? Yeah. Great. Okay, so I will share my screen, and since we cannot see me in person at the moment, it's fine. We can focus more on the screen, which is more important. So the good thing about going before, or rather after so many people have spoken, is that I can summarize a lot of what I had to say. A lot of what I have to say has already been said by some people. So I'll try and go through this quickly, but not too quickly. Please do let me know if I'm going too fast, and I'll try and slow down. Why is albinism and climate change important? Why, as have been introduced, I'm the UN independent expert on the enjoyment of rights by persons with albinism. I normally focus on the rights of persons with albinism in different areas, education, employment, and a number of other areas. But why then did I see climate change as an important area for persons with albinism? First of all, when we look at the top countries that are impacted by climate disasters, 5 of those were in Africa last year and 7 this year. And this is related to climate change to albinism, because albinism, the African continent has one of the highest continental prevalence of albinism. We also see small island developing states being considered as highly vulnerable to climate change due to rising sea levels, which are caused by climate change. And it's also important to note that these small island developing states tend to have the highest national prevalence of albinism. So a country like Fiji, for example, has a prevalence of 1 in 700. So every 1 person in 700 people in Fiji is a person with albinism, estimated to be a person with albinism. And then there are the Sunblast Islands in Panama that has a prevalence of an estimated 1 in 210 to 1 in 617. Kwame has mentioned the issues of UV rays and heat waves, and we're seeing more and more unprecedented heat waves in Asia, Europe, and North America. And it's important to note that these continents also have persons with albinism. I won't go much into the issue of skin cancer and climate change because Kwame has mentioned it. Increased UV rays and the susceptibility of persons with albinism to skin cancer with increasing climate change, there's an increased risk of skin cancer for persons with albinism. He's also mentioned education and employment, so I won't go into that, and I'll go straight into the issues of climate change related disasters. So when we talk about climate change, we're also talking about the frequent and more intense, the intensities of climates, which leads to weather extremes. So we're seeing more heat waves, we're seeing more heavy rainfalls in the form as well as of cyclones. We're seeing more droughts, rising sea levels, increased, as I mentioned, tropical cyclones because of climate change. These are natural disasters that we believe to be related to climate change. Now, when we talk about natural disasters, these impact persons with albinism, both before and after and during. One of the main impacts is, first of all, persons with albinism are often invisible. They're often neglected in a lot of discussions, including discussions related to people with disabilities. In some countries, persons with albinism are not even considered persons with disabilities. And therefore, first, I must say that there are very few cases when persons with disabilities are actually considered. And even in those cases, persons with albinism will be left behind out of those discussions. So when it comes to discussions of disaster planning, management, and response at the community and national level, persons with albinism are not considered, and therefore their specific needs are not considered. In some cases, they're unable to prepare effectively for such disasters due to barriers around them, environmental barriers, physical barriers. One of these may be inaccessible warning signs. In some countries, the warning signs around disasters, natural disasters, cyclones, floods, might be in small print. They might be in flashing light. They might be, in yellow, just in a way that's inaccessible to persons with albinism. Yellow on white flashing does not help with gathering information, or small print. Then during the disasters, a number of challenges also happen. Persons with albinism tend to have low visual impairments. And so when hazards happen, there may be a concern in navigating to shelters, to safe spaces, especially if they use assistive devices, glasses, or any other forms of assistive devices, or if they're dependent on family members to help them get around. The other issue is that when there are natural disasters, floods or cyclones of the like, the terrain may change because trees will fall down, hills may fall. We saw these videos from Malawi during Cyclone Freddy where hillsides were falling down. And if you've got visual impairment and you've memorized the terrain, it becomes very difficult to navigate where the terrain has changed. So all these become challenges for persons with albinism. Also, we've seen in certain cases that the structures that are used for temporary shelters, so one of the speakers mentioned that the shelters will be broken down, or the houses, and then you're put into temporary structures. Some of them may not provide sufficient protection from the sun, or in some cases, as we noticed when we're carrying out our research, the tents that are provided are so hot that people are forced to sit outside and there may not be any shelter, exposing those with albinism to more likelihood of skin cancer damage. So examples of some of the tents. When we came to issues of, during Cyclone Freddy, for example, we spoke to people who were impacted, and they said they received care packages after Cyclone Freddy, but none of the care packages included sun protection products. It's also a challenge because the places they normally got the sun protection products were now out of reach, or were no longer providing sunscreen or any of these products, and they were not being provided for them in the areas where they were sheltered. The same, we've talked about Cyclone Eloise and Idai, and the issues of the humanitarian tents that were used during those cyclones. So we also have the slow moving impacts, issues of relocation because of rising sea levels. So because of climate change, certain sea levels are rising. I visited Panama in September, and the San Blas Islands of Panama are home to one of the highest populations of persons with albinism. But at the same time, the islands are sinking, so people are being relocated. And they're being relocated to the mainland. And in the process of relocating, the authorities decided to cut down all the trees so that it was easier to build houses where people could be moved to. Of course, that means people who are moving there, a lot of who are persons with albinism, will have no shelter from the sun. They'll have no trees around. So that's a concern. We also had reports from countries like Tanzania that said, the areas that are impacted by natural disasters, that are often impacted by natural disasters, are becoming cheaper. People are moving away and they're becoming cheaper. For many persons with albinism who have not had a good education and therefore not a good employment, they cannot afford certain areas, and therefore they move to the cheaper areas of natural disasters, and therefore they are also impacted by further potential natural disasters. We also have situations, so also the issue of violence and discrimination. Kwame has talked about this belief that the body parts of a person with albinism can provide some kind of wealth or fortune. And unfortunately, this wrong belief, this myth impacts on persons with albinism during the times of natural disasters. So we've seen, for example, that in Madagascar, there were cyclones and droughts which fueled poverty and unfortunately desperation for people, and this fueled attacks against persons with albinism. I visited Madagascar last year, and there have been in the past 2-3 years, there have been a sudden increase in attacks against persons with albinism, particularly children, and particularly for eyes for some reason. And we've found many cases where people had abducted a child with albinism, hoping to find a market because they had heard that they could sell a child with albinism or the eyes of a child with albinism. And so they abducted the child, hoping to find a market, and thankfully in this case did not find a market, and children were returned. But this is exacerbated by the desperation and from the cyclones and the drought. We also heard of attacks against persons with albinism, for example, in Tanzania, where those with albinism are being blamed for famine and drought because some people wrongly believe that having albinism is bad luck. And of course, the other concern, and I think this was mentioned as well in relation to Malawi and Cyclone Freddy, the increased risk of attacks. For persons with albinism who are already vulnerable, having a house with a door and a fence helps to protect them to some extent. But when you're displaced because of cyclones, because of whatever natural disasters, you are then more at risk of being attacked again. And so these climate change related disasters impact on that. I wanted to talk briefly about the existing legislation, legal framework, but I think a lot of this has been dealt with, so I'm not going to go into it. Just to reiterate that there's a number of articles on the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities that looks at the obligations of states in relation to, that can be used in relation to climate change and natural disasters, in particular Article 11. We've already talked about the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UNFCCC, and it doesn't specifically mention disability, but it has requirements around climate change. So the Paris Agreement on climate change was the first one which specifically talked about persons with disability and requires states, when taking actions to address climate change, to consider their obligations in respect to persons with disabilities. We then have the Glasgow Climate Pact, which then goes on to mention the obligations of state parties to include persons with disabilities in climate action. And this explicitly recognizes the role of that. There's Decision 23 that came out of COP27, which is the action plan on climate change empowerment. And it requires states to map and collate existing guidelines and good practices. And they should give special consideration to those, to the inclusion of persons with disability in the Glasgow Climate and Pacts. The Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction as well talks about the inclusions of persons with disability and the need for active participation for them in relation to disasters and any disaster reduction. So what are the areas of involvement for albinism groups? I want to talk about this quickly. I know I'm running out of time. First is climate change education. And I wanted to highlight, first of all, that the states must ensure that persons with albinism are receiving climate change education, including the specific impact on persons with albinism. But I also wanted to highlight that there are organizations of persons with albinism who are actually also involved in climate change education, such as the Black Albinism in Kenya that trains climate change champions. So it's not just persons with albinism or organizations of persons with albinism as recipients, but also as those who are providing education, climate change education. We had reference to the national determined contributions earlier, and these are the contributions that under the Paris Agreement, countries have outlined what actions they're going to be taking in relation to climate change. And in relation to the NDCs, we found that only 35 out of the 192 state parties have currently mentioned persons with disabilities in their NDCs, the nationally determined contributions. Out of these, 10 are from Africa. We also see that the NDCs are enhanced every 5 years. The government every 5 years has to enhance their commitment to climate change and climate change impact. And I think this is an area where persons with disabilities, persons with albinism could maybe seek to find out further information. What was the last NDC? How were people with disabilities mentioned in there? And how can organizations contribute to these NDCs to make sure that persons with disabilities and persons with albinism are not left behind? So those are some of the countries. We don't have much time, so I'm going to move past that. So what about the climate change adaptation and mitigation policies? I guess NDCs is kind of related to that as well. So the climate change adaptation are those strategies and measures that are aimed to minimize the negative impacts of climate change and to also ensure that societies are climate resilient, that can withstand the impacts of climate change. And then the climate change mitigation are those that are aimed to reduce the amount of greenhouse gases that are released into the atmosphere. When it comes to climate change adaptation and mitigation policies, we find that only 45 states mention persons with disabilities in their climate change policies. 12 of these are from Africa. I have not been able to see any that specifically mention persons with albinism, although they mention broadly persons with disability in their climate mitigation. So those are the countries that talk about persons with disability in their climate change adaptation policies. I think it would be recommendable to look at them and see what is specifically stated and how those can be improved. But when it comes to climate change adaptation policies, it's important that there's data collection so that we better understand what the specific needs of persons with albinism are in relation to climate change, one of them being access to sunscreen and protective gear. There's also a need for social protection programs, as Kwame stated, that can impact that can cushion the impact of climate change for persons with albinism. And these should be included in these adaptation, the climate change adaptation policies. When it comes to climate change mitigation, as I've mentioned, climate change mitigation is actions aimed to reduce greenhouse gases and the like. I wanted to just highlight again that persons with albinism are also involved in climate change mitigation action. So, for example, the organization of Voice of Disabled Women in Tanzania provide accessible training and materials to young people who then plant trees in nurseries. And this helps to combat deforestation and the worst impact of greenhouse gases. So again, persons with albinism and persons with disabilities as agents of change, agents of action, and not just recipients, although it's also important for persons with albinism and disabilities to also be receiving and benefiting from these. Other action that can be carried out, participation at COP. I know there's been a lot of concerns around getting blue badges for COP, the cost of COPs, of attending COP, getting access to information from COP. But I think it's important that we seek to include the information of rights of persons with albinism and disability into discussions. So if we cannot attend COP, try and see where we can have our concerns included in discussions that are already ongoing. At COP, there are currently 9 constituencies that look at specific concerns. They look at specific issues around climate change. Unfortunately, at the moment, there is no specific constituency for persons with disabilities. I think there's been some discussion, and we're hoping and pushing that at some point there will be a constituency that looks specifically at the concerns of persons with disabilities. In the meantime, the constituencies that this is a list of the constituencies that are at COP, and I've identified a couple where persons with albinism may be able to include their information, their concerns, and maybe work with organizations that do go to COP and that are part of these constituencies. So there's the children and the youth NGOs, obviously for children and youth with albinism. Same with women and gender NGOs for people with albinism, again, women and with albinism. Then there's the farmers agriculture NGOs, which is one that people often overlook. But I think a lot of persons with albinism in Africa tend to be living off subsistence farming or small scale commercial farming. So concerns may also be added there. So barriers to participation, as I've mentioned, making sure that our voices are included into the constituencies that are already existing. I'm the independent expert on albinism. I have a colleague, a counterpart, who's a special rapporteur on climate change. And I think it's important that we already, persons with disability, persons with albinism, and the movement start contributing to the reports of the special rapporteur and raising concerns with the special rapporteur on climate change as well. And then when it comes to lack of funding as well for organizations who cannot travel, there are organizations that can provide some support for people to travel, and we can look into that. Of course, then the next barrier is getting the badges, and we need to maybe find a way of how we can get badges. But there are areas that you can participate in. There's the blue zone, there's the green zone, and the green zone you can participate without too much challenge, but blue zone is more difficult. I will highlight that Kwame and I are this year participating in side events, one at the blue zone and one at the green zone. I will be doing it remotely, so there are some ways of doing it remotely as well. And I think there's no need to have a badge if you're doing it remotely. But I just wanted to raise that. And then lastly, sorry, I know I've taken a lot of time. I wanted to raise this issue around sunscreen. Kwame has raised that persons with albinism are more susceptible to skin cancer because of the lack of melanin. And we have seen an increase in UV rays, which leads to an increase in the susceptibility to skin cancer. The African Union has a plan of action on eliminating attacks against persons with albinism, but it's not just about attacks, it's very comprehensive, and it also looks at issues of skin cancer and the right to health for persons with albinism. Using the AU plan of action, we can advocate for sunscreen for persons with albinism. We will also need to look at national laws and disability policies, understanding whether sunscreen and protective gear are considered assistive devices. Is albinism considered a disability? It is essential that this is done not just for persons with albinism, for disability, but also the issue around climate change and the fact that if we're looking at climate change, adaptation policies, we need to have sunscreen for persons with albinism. So also looking at national environmental policies and those related to climate change, do we have sunscreen included there? The WHO at the moment, unfortunately, does not have sunscreen as in its list of essential drugs. The sunscreen was in the list of essential drugs until 2005, when it was removed from the WHO list of essential medicine. Last year in December, myself and another... Sorry, could somebody please mute themselves while I'm almost finished, so please mute yourself. So I was just saying that last year, myself and Global Albinism Alliance, Global Skin, and a number of other organizations applied to the WHO to have sunscreen re-added to the list of essential medicines. We were requesting it specifically for persons with albinism to begin with, and those with other skin conditions that might make them more susceptible to skin cancer. The decision was made in April, and unfortunately, the WHO decided not to add sunscreen to the list of essential medicine this time around. They recognized that it was important for public health and for preventing skin cancer, especially in people with albinism and XP. They agreed that the use of sunscreen and other sun protection, sun protective clothing was important to reduce the incidence of skin cancer. And they also acknowledged that actually the cost of cancer is increasing, and the treatment associated to skin cancer had considerable costs for both individuals and the health systems. But they decided at this point not to include sunscreen because they felt that there was still a need for clarity on how to distinguish cosmetic sunscreen from therapeutic sunscreen. And they also said they needed more information on the specific active ingredients and the concentration that would be needed for sunscreen so that it could be put on the list of essential medicine. And they also wanted some reliable guidance for countries on how they can select the most appropriate sunscreen products. So I raise this not as a sad news, but good news in the sense that at least they have recognized the importance of sunscreen, but we have a bit more work to do. So 2 years from now, we'll be applying for sunscreen to be added again to the list of essential medicine. I also think it's important not just for persons with albinism, but given climate change and the increase of UV, for sunscreen to be added for those who cannot afford. And therefore, I would be, also appealing to people to provide information, support, carry out advocacy between now and 2 years from now to ensure that sunscreen is added to the list of essential medicine.
And thank you very much.
That's all for me. Thank you.
Very good point for us to end. I see you just that's the way to contact you. So I think the audience and the people who are interested in reaching out to you will also reach out to you. But thank you very much for the report. And apologies for cutting you short because we already spent about 20 minutes on your presentation. But I also think that's the benefit of being online. There was no way I could tell you to stop. So we'll just go straight to the next presentation, which focuses on South Africa's obligations and the impact of climate change on persons with albinism. So Dr. Tracy Kahanga, who is a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Johannesburg. So thank you, Tracy.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you doing? Good. So yeah, I'm going to start with a disclaimer here. So I noticed that Diana and the team gave us only 10 minutes. How many of you feel like 10 minutes is not enough? Yeah, it's not, guys, please. You should have given us more time. Yeah, and then another disclaimer. So I'm just going to cut short my presentation because of time. And also because some of the things that I was looking at in the paper might have been addressed elsewhere by someone during the first session, the second session, and most importantly in this session, Kwame and Maluka, right? Yeah, might have said some of the things that I wanted to say. So I'm just going to skip right along and just wing it. I don't know, because now I can't follow the slides because I'm thinking I'm reiterating what has already been said. So I'm just going to wing it and then tell you stuff that I think that was left out from their discussions. Is that okay with you guys? Yeah. So maybe I might even take 5 minutes. All right. So my presentation is on the impact of climate change on person with albinism. What are South Africa's obligations? I know my brother, sorry, what's your name in the blue shade? Albu, sorry. Yes. Jaleo, yeah, you talked about obligations, right? But then that was from the Ghanaian perspective, right? Yeah, I'll be focusing more on the South African perspective. So I had presented quite, at least in my mind, I thought this was going to be a quite informative presentation. So my paper is structured like this. I'm just moving straight along. I don't know, am I sharing online? I'm not. Okay. Kumalo, would you want to help me so that I can share with those online? But whilst it's coming through, I'll be just telling you how my paper was structured. So my paper, the first part of the paper is like an introduction where I'm telling you what it is that I'm going to be talking about climate change, about human rights, the interaction between climate change and human rights. And then I'm basically telling you there that this has been an ongoing discussion, especially amongst the scholarly world, right? And then in section 2, I'm like sort of like layering the groundwork by briefly analyzing the effects of climate change on albinism. So what am I doing there in section 2? I was going to tell you about the definition of climate change, about albinism, but then Kwame defined that for us, what it means. And then I was going to talk about disability and the link between disability and climate change. And then there's a section there that I talk about albinism is a disability. Why was I looking into that? Because I wanted to group people with albinism. As you heard from Anne, she was saying they are in some circles not regarded as persons with a disability. So in that section, I sort of like delve into the debates on whether we can deem them persons with disability. And the conclusion from what I found out is yes, definitely, they can be deemed people with disability. Hence, their protection is also important. And then they garner this protection from the instruments that we have under international law and climate change. You might recall that N was saying something along that lines, that there are climate policies in and around Africa. She said 12 countries that have got climate change law policies, and then they don't include people with albinism, but definitely I can tell you they include people with disabilities. So that's what I was trying to do within that section. Section 3, now I'm talking about South Africa's general obligation is derived from treaties applicable to the discussion. So I had quite an interesting conversation with a colleague, and then they were like, why are you talking about these obligations and how are you going to canvas this issue? And I was like, from the time that I was reading, I got to realize that there are obligations that emanate from international human rights law, right? And then there are obligations that emanate from environmental law, international environmental law, climate change, whichever way you want to pick us. So I was like, I'm going to mix them. I'm not going to differentiate which obligation is from where. And then I'll also talk about South Africa's efforts in its endeavors to fulfill its obligations in the faces of the climate change crisis. And then I also zero in on the state's procedural obligation. Lloyd might have mentioned earlier during the morning session when he was opening, and then he was talking about including people with disabilities into our climate change discussions and policies. So basically what he was talking about is the issue of participatory rights for people with albinism and people with disabilities at large. And then afterwards I conclude. But yeah, that's how basically my paper was going to be structured. But so let me move on to the part that I think might be important. So here I had a whole world sweating because of climate change, and I was going to explain to you about that, but that has been canvassed. So we move straight along to okay, it's up here. To climate change and person with albinism, the right to life and the right to health. I know Kwame might have told you a little bit about this when he was talking about the physiological factors that affect people with albinism. When he was talking about the issue of skin cancer, he was talking about visual impairments, but I can only add to what Kwame said. The only other health concern that you might not have mentioned, correct me if I'm wrong, Kwame, is on mental health, right? So you can also add it in there, like how climate change affects people with albinism mental health status. You can also include in there. And what Kwame didn't address, I'll address here. Basically, in my presentation, I will be looking more at the normative framework. Whilst he was telling you about the physiological factors and how it is like, I would like to delve in the actual provisions that we have at an international level and at a regional level. So I'll start by telling you that climate change poses a great threat to a wide variety of rights. My brother in the second session mentioned these rights. He mentioned the right to health, food, water, sanitation, development, housing. All these human rights are indivisible and interdependent. In the context of the right to life and health, these elements are notably visible. So the enjoyment of the right to life is contingent upon the right to health. And for everyone to enjoy good health, they must be alive. Right? The right to life is fundamental and is a supreme right from which no in a situation of environmental degradation due to climate change. Equally, the right to health is fundamental human rights, and everyone is entitled to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of health conducive for living a life with dignity. The right to life is inherent to every individual from conception. The right is protected by law and as such is enshrined in several human rights instruments. The instruments that I highlighted there are the ICCPR Article 6, the CCR Article 6, and then Article 4 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, and most importantly, for the purposes of our discussion, Article 10 of the, or that is supposed to read that is the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability. In Article, it must be Article, I missed that on the African Disability Protocol. So I like the right to life. The right of health is also recognized in several instruments, like Article 25(1) of the UNDHR, Article 12 of the ICESRC, Article 12 of CEDAW, and the preamble of the CRPD, and Article 17 of the African Disability Protocol. So here I must also highlight that whilst I'm also mentioning the African Disability Protocol, we should be aware that it's not yet in force. You should correct me if I'm wrong. I think that we've only got 3 ratifications on the African continent with regards to this protocol, and we are yet to garner enough signatures for it to enter into force. But then I thought it was just important to mention it, otherwise so long. So yeah, that is the right to health and the right to life. So I like the right to life and the right to health. See, she's already saying 3 minutes, and I haven't got to the interesting part as yet. I like the right to life and the right to health is also recognized in several instruments, as I had mentioned. The preamble recognizes this right, of the CRPD recognizes this right, that is the right to health. In addition, as I said, the protocol also recognizes this right. So the Constitution of the World Health Organization conceptualizes the right to health as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, right? Hence, within the paper, I also include the issues of mental health, because that also fall under the rubric of what is deemed a right to health. And then the right to health, as does the right to life, embraces a wide range of social, economic, and environmental factors that promote the realization of the rights. Thus, both the rights are dependent upon the availability of safe drinking water, food quality, healthcare, and the health environment, amongst other key things. So now let me zero in on the issue of the environment, because that is the whole culprit in the room, right? The environment is being degraded, and then we got the issue of climate change, etc., etc. So a healthy environment is one that is inter alia, non-toxic, free of pollution, and is safe and stable. So in today's world, climate change contributes to the increased frequency of extreme weather events such as rising water levels, drought, floods, and heat waves. And then, as Kwame was indicating, so when we have heat waves, there is also an increase of UV radiation, and then this is very detrimental to people with albinism. And then Kwame explained this part that I'm just going to jump and then probably get to the state's obligations. So what I was basically doing around this section, I wanted to tell you all about the obligations that are upon the states with regards to the issue of climate change and people with albinism. I'm going to skip the nicer parts and then just jump into saying that states have got several obligations. So what we're saying is, when a state is a party to a treaty, it assumes various obligations according to international law. So regarding the general obligations, we've got obligations that are emanating from the CRPD and also the African Protocol that is in Article 4. So what are these obligations? States have got an obligations to respect, promote, and fulfill these rights. So within the paper itself, I get to augment and expand what these obligations mean vis-a-vis people with albinism. So the obligation to protect basically means that states should raise awareness and build legal infrastructures to protect persons with albinism. The idea of raising awareness is widely canvassed in Article 8.81 of the CRPD, raising awareness on climate change, impacts on persons with albinisms, and raising awareness about their health and how to protect themselves from UV radiation. Whilst we are on the issue of the obligation to protect, did I jump on the obligation? But then I don't think so. We move along. I think I jumped some obligations. let me go back, and then that was the obligation to protect. I'll jump it when I get to that slide, but let me canvas this obligation, which is the obligation to respect. So when we are saying the states have got obligations to respect, we're basically saying that states must refrain from interfering with PWA's rights, and interference is a necessary element in this regard. So a state can interfere with a PWA right to health and life if they emit large amounts of greenhouse gas emissions. So the Human Rights Council General Comment number 14 notes that to respect the right to health, state must refrain from polluting the environment. So in regards to South Africa, we know South Africa is ranked amongst the top greenhouse gas emitters because we heavily rely on coal for the production of electricity. However, in line with Article 3.3 of the UNFCCC, South Africa must take affirmative action in mitigating the effects of climate change. So South Africa must also ensure that it takes appropriate adaptive measures. So South Africa, as I say, is ranked amongst the world's large emitters, right? So in that regard, as I just mentioned, it's supposed to take action to mitigate and also adapt to climate change in line with the instruments that we have. Besides the obligation to respect, states have also got an obligation to protect the rights of PWAs. So as Anne has mentioned, she mentioned something to do with issues with a risk, like in humanitarian emergencies situations, like where we've got floods, we've got landslides and stuff like that. So these situations, according to the CRPD and the protocol, states are supposed to act in this regard. In my opinion, since climate change is deemed a humanitarian crisis, its impact can be classified as a humanitarian emergency and a natural disaster. And then the obligation to protect doesn't only extend towards the state, it can also be extended to the states putting in place appropriate legal framework to protect persons with albinism, or anyone in general and everybody in general, from third parties, private business, such as private businesses. In this regard, states might take measures to protect PWAs against harmful environmental interferences that are detrimental to their well-being. This entails the creation and the maintenance of an atmosphere or framework by an effective interplay of laws and regulations so that PWAs can freely realize their rights. To this end, South Africa must therefore regulate the activities of private businesses that emit greenhouse gas emissions, right? And then there was that other section that I'd skipped to with the obligation to promote and the obligation to fulfill. Hi, sweetheart. Can I just finish this because this is the most important part since I'm talking about South Africans' obligations, right? 2 minutes. Fantastic. Thank you very much. So after looking at these obligations, I went on to look at what has South Africa done in this regard, like in its effort or in its endeavors to fulfill its obligations. So again, South Africa's efforts in fulfilling its obligations have been commendable, positive, and exemplary at most. So apart from ratifying the CRPD protocol and having signed the Paris Agreement, at a national level, South Africa has incorporated and implemented the obligations of in the treaties into national law, meaning within its jurisdiction, the Republic has put in place any institutional and legal framework that could be extended to promote the rights of PWAs. In South Africa, we can also look at the South African Constitution of 1996, for example. There is a section they deemed the Bill of Rights, which enshrines the rights of all people. Article 9 is on equality. It prohibits discrimination on several grounds, including disability. Article 27, it enshrines the right to health, the one that I was talking about. And Article 11, it enshrines the right to life. But perhaps most importantly is Article 24, which provides that everyone has got the right to an environment that is not harmful to their health being, although the provisions does not explicitly recognize the existence of the intersections between PWAs and climate change. The term everybody patently includes persons with albinism, and the right to an environment can be, by extension, cover the issues of climate change. So apart from the Constitution, we have what we call the Equality Declaration on the Rights of Persons with Albinism that was adopted in 2013. In it, the aim was to provide or improve access to healthcare services and assist those people that are affected, to assist persons with albinism to attain healthcare and also to get visual devices, etc., etc. For the sake of time, let me jump on. What is most interesting is, like, quite recently, in a bid to protect the right holders by mitigating the impacts of climate change, the South African government enacted what we term the Carbon Tax Act 15 in 2019. So this act allows the government to tax greenhouse gas emissions. Carbon tax follows the polluter pay principle since it requires large greenhouse producers to pay for the damages they cause. So it is hoped that through this act, there is a fee that is attached on emission, and this in turn will encourage individuals and private businesses to emit less. So furthermore, the South African government has done some other things, like provide for sunscreens for people with for people with albinism. But then there have been issues in that regard, because there have been reports that some of the sunscreen is of poor quality, and people in the rural areas are not accessing some of this the sunscreen, etc. I was also going to mention the issue of the state's obligations, procedural obligations, which is the obligations to provide persons with albinism participatory rights, rather, so that they can participate in climate change policies. And I was going to look at the climate change bill that we have tabled now, that is before is it the NOCOP? Yeah, that is before, it's not yet being signed into law, but I was going to trace and see whether this bill, when it was crafted, was it inclusive of people with disability or people with albinism? So in conclusion, I would just rather say that it was not inclusive. They do mention people with disability in Article 3 of the climate change bill, but in my opinion, that was like, the mention is just like the mention in a cursory way, right? Etc., etc. Like now she's standing right here and I'm so super scared. Thank you very much for listening. And yeah, I'm looking forward to all your questions. How many minutes?
Thank you. Oh, yes, please. Okay, so to the last but not the least session for this period, we have Miss Tandy. Sorry, what am I saying? You see, I'm also confused because I was so sure I was going to work on time. We have Annelien Matiba, who is a model but has also utilized arts, the power of arts, in telling stories through film and other productions. And Anne will be sharing personal reflections on the impact of climate change on persons with albinism in South Africa. So thank you, Anne. And I really hope that you will keep to time, please.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. My name is Annelien Matiba, and I'm a model, actress, presenter, as well as the founder of Proud Albinism. I am the Provincial Secretary of the National Albinism Task Force. So this is my presentation based on my personal experience and some of the research that I was able to do. It says personal reflections on the impact of climate change on persons with albinism in South Africa. And we have the quote from Maluka N., who is the independent expert of albinism in the United Nations. The profound impact of climate change on persons with albinism is one of the most overlooked aspects of the issue. In Africa alone, it is estimated that persons with albinism are up to 1,000 times more likely to develop skin cancer than those without, with many dying by the age of 40. So, how many people with albinism are affected by skin cancer in South Africa, and why? So, it is said that 20,000 reported cases every year of skin cancer and 700 deaths. And these deaths usually occur because sometimes when people have to go in for an operation for skin cancer, you find that it's too late, or sometimes they don't have access to medical care. We have Baragwana Hospital, but when it comes to the rural areas, you find that people don't have access to get to hospital when they are in rural areas. It says 85% of people with albinism living in rural areas of the southeastern Africa are even more at risk developing skin cancer due to their exposure to extreme heat and direct sun. Which this means that people in the rural areas have to choose between getting skin cancer or dying from hunger. So sometimes it's hard for people in the rural areas because sometimes they don't even have a plate of food, let alone accessing sunscreen to be able to protect themselves from the sun. Sometimes a hat is not enough for a person with albinism because you find that the heat itself can also be able to burn a person with albinism. Do people with albinism get sunburnt on a cloudy day? Yes. Yes, we do get sunburnt on a cloudy day. And I don't think many people with albinism are aware of this fact, because sometimes we do take our sunscreens for granted, or we do take the climate change for granted. Because you find that on a sunny day, you say, hey, no, it's not sunny, let me not put on my sunscreen. Because it happened to me when I was swimming as a young child. I decided not to put on my sunscreen. It was a cloudy day. I'm like, oh yeah, finally it's a break for me not to wear sunscreen, and boy was I wrong. I got sunburnt my whole body, and that time I didn't even know about after sun, but I will get to after sun after this one. And I developed blisters all over my body, and yeah, it was really, really terrible. And we need to apply sunscreen as people with albinism on a daily basis, no matter what the temperature of the day, even if it's raining, even in winter, we need to apply sunscreen. SPF 50 is the best sunscreen for us. When it's cloudy, sensitivity to light, the glare from the sun rays becomes also very bright for us. So we tend to wear sunglasses as well. My brother, my older brother who has albinism like me, he has a weaker eyesight than myself. So he tends to wear sunglasses more than I do. So yes, climate change does affect us a lot, especially as well on a cloudy day. So it's more or less the same, whether it's sunny, whether it's cloudy. Also when it's dark as well, our eyes also get affected. Then we come to sunscreen and after sun. Sunscreen, I have every sun. This brand I have been using ever since I was a baby. I don't remember using any other brand of sunscreen. There used to be SPF 30. Then when I grew up, we got into SPF 50. This is the best sun protection factor for any person with albinism thus far. Then there's after sun. And I don't think many people with albinism are aware of sun and of after sun. I remember I was speaking to the Zambian Albinism for Change, and I spoke about after sun, and people were puzzled. So after sun contains ingredients for soothing. Whenever, as a person with albinism, when you're sunburned, this lotion soothes your skin from sunburn. So after sun is cheaper than sunscreen because it doesn't have the sun protection factor that sunscreen has. But I also recommend it for every person with albinism. But if any person with albinism is listening online, I'm not saying that you should stop using sunscreen and rely on after sun. No, always wear your sunscreen. Sometimes you find that you get sunburned because the heat is sometimes too much for our skin to bear. And after sun is the one that's going to help your skin soothe. Because when I compare after sun and sunscreen is about 300 Rand and after sun is 85 Rand. So I think that after sun should also be included and be used by people with albinism. We take a look at Tanzania. Tanzania has low income earners and low and poor communities when it comes to climate change as well as skin cancer. But there is this organization, it's called Standing Voices Skin Cancer Prevention Program. It is an expanding network of regular skincare clinics reaching thousands of people with albinism in their own communities across Tanzania and Malawi. Over 8,500 people with albinism are reached by this program, which operates at 150 clinic sites across Tanzania and Malawi, which means that when it comes to fighting climate change, Africa is getting there. We are getting there. In South Africa, there are no access to dignitary packs in the rural areas of South Africa. Free dignitary packages in Gauteng are available, but tenderpreneurs tend to provide the wrong skin products, which means tenderpreneurs tend to provide SPF 30. When it comes to this time, when it's summer, we need SPF 50. And they purchase the wrong brand of Aqua's cream. We need Epimax Plus, which is much more expensive, but it's much more effective for our skin. And tenderpreneurs do not have albinism, and they don't understand this. And dignity packs consist of sunscreen, consists of Aqua's cream, it consists of sanitary pads for women, roll-on, Colgate, soap to bath, as well as toothpaste. So there needs, I'm part of the National Albinism Task Force, and what we are fighting for is for people with albinism to be able to handle this tender, so that we could be able to pay people with albinism that are not employed to be able to distribute sunscreens to sunscreens in Gauteng for people with albinism that don't have sunscreens. So now this tender only benefits people that don't have albinism. So it's a bit of a problem still. Not a bit, actually, it is still a problem. As much as some people with albinism are able to get dignitary packs, but we believe that people with albinism, the National Albinism Task Force needs to handle this tender, and we are getting there. In Cameroon, there is a close friend of mine. Her name is Ngom Maseline Anui, and she is the founder of the Association Welfare of Albinos. Mr. Wadula, I know you said that the word albinos will not be used, but it's constantly used in Cameroon. So hence the standing of abbreviations there. This initiative is making a change in Cameroon. They have medicated soaps. This medicated soap works better than sunscreen. You use it to wash off your skin cancer. And Ngom Maseline Anui collaborated with a doctor in Cameroon to be able to help people with albinism who do not have access to skin cancer. I'm almost done, thank you. Not skin cancer, people with albinism who don't have access to medical care, so that with this medicated soap, it can be able to help them wash off the skin cancer and be able to reduce the skin cancer cells in their body. So this is a wonderful project by AWA in Cameroon, and I think that it should be implemented. This soap should be implemented in the rest of Africa, and I think that it will reduce the skin cancer. Because if you use this medicated soap, it is said that you don't even need sunscreen whenever you use this medicated soap. So it's a wonderful idea and a wonderful initiative from AWA. The conclusion of my presentation, the logos that you see at the bottom, we have Proud Albinism, which is my initiative. What we do is we uplift people with albinism, the confidence of people with albinism through art, through photo shoots. AWA has an initiative for medicated soap, and they also changed the lives of people with albinism in Cameroon. And we have the National Albinism Task Force, which is also driving a national force for people with albinism in South Africa to be able to create a better life for people with albinism. So these three logos here, these three organizations, they are the beacon of hope for people with albinism. And when it comes to pushing climate change, when it comes to creating a better life for people with albinism, these three organizations here are doing what they can and are doing their best to be able to create a better future for the younger generation and children with albinism. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Annalene. So we'll go straight to questions. Yes, I am going to 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, thank you. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Thanks.
Are you starting?
4 questions. Yes, just beside you.
Okay. What time is it? Is it already afternoon? Good afternoon, everyone. It's not that much of a question, but I wanted to comment, like, yeah, like the speaker was saying, it's very much making sense that with the experience we have as people with disabilities, we find that in many cases there are many people jumping in to say they can help you, they can do whatever, and then they form this many types of NGOs. But ladies and gentlemen, it's difficult if someone leading is not having the same challenge. So what I'm saying is that I support that indeed, if we, as people with disabilities, including albinism, it will be very good to push that the people who are living in that cycle, and then with the understanding of how things should be done, they become the fronting people, because they will do everything at their best, and then other than people who will jump in and do the shortcuts. Thank you.
Okay. There was someone. There was someone, yeah.
Thank you. I have a question for the presenter from UJ. Just in terms of the climate change bill that's currently being consulted on with public consultations, etc. And I also heard from the presenter from Ghana that there is climate change policy, however, disability is not included. If you can just briefly, amplify a little bit on what the bill actually says in terms of disability, and is there any inclusion of persons with disabilities within the act? And I think this is critical, because when a socio-economic impact assessment is done in terms of the bill, one would have to cost in terms of reasonable accommodation, capacities of OPDs, etc., in terms of how they would actually react in climate action and adaptation strategies, actions, etc., going forward. So if that would really be, if you could highlight a little bit on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm Rach once again from Integrated Disabled Women Activities, Idiwa, Uganda. As part of our planning, we also, it's a disabled women's rights organization, and we deal with women with albinism. So according to my experience, women and girls are having albinism face double discrimination on the basis of gender and then disability. So as Kwame and my model, how have you tried to make sure that these women and girls with albinism do not face violence against them on the basis of gender and then disability? Thank you.
Okay, we had 2 more people here. Yes, those are the final 2 people, sorry. Thank you. Oh, no, it's the lady. The two ladies here. They are the final. Yes, the two ladies here. Okay.
Thank you so much. Okay, mine is to.
Sorry, can you keep it to 30 seconds, please? Thank you. 30 seconds.
Okay, Dr. Tracy, you mentioned the issues of on the South African obligation. I heard you only mention the issues of the Constitution on Section 5972, but I was just wondering because we also have got the white paper on the rise of persons with disabilities that also alludes to the issues of albinism. So I had hoped that you would maybe extract some of the issues of disability so that at least we could see how then it relates and then what are the obligations if they are they are addressed, if they are not, so that we can see also if there are gaps. Thank you.
Okay. No, this and this.
Thank you very much. My question is addressed to the last speaker, please. I was remarking during our break about how climate change is seen very differently in the global north versus how it is perceived in the global south. And in the global north, it's seen as an existential crisis. In the global south, however, it's seen as something that needs to be colonized, or it has a mentality of, it's not that important in contrast to other social justice issues. So my question is, now that you've proven a direct causal link between climate change and how it affects people with albinism, I would just like to know from you, have you seen any type of increase or change in attitudes with regards to how climate change is perceived in this regard?
Okay.
In other words, is it still perceived as something almost as foreign? It's not that urgent right now, please don't consider it. Or is it finally being given the attention and the scrutiny that it deserves?
Thank you. I'll rush through mine. To Tracy, just wanted to find out who the custodian or portfolio responsibility for Carbon Tax Act is in South Africa, and is it currently in effect? Is it applicable to local entities or international ones as well? Considering there's a huge market for carbon tax with international entities, and how have they formulated them? What's their formula for calculation for collection? And can we harness this continentally to allow for collection to benefit all countries, inclusive of small economies in the continent? And the possibility of the creation of a standard blueprint on humanitarian crisis response readiness to enforce state procedural obligations by providing a minimum baseline for implementation measures. What has been done there, and is it possible? Thank you.
Okay, Tracy, so you got the most questions. Yeah. So you get 2 minutes. You get 2 minutes, and then you also give your concluding remarks. Kwame, 1 minute, and then in 1 minute, and then we'll go to the independent expert online for concluding remarks.
Let me start by saying my apologies if I didn't capture all your questions, but I'll try to answer them the best way I heard them. So yeah, I'll start with the one that was online. I don't know if the individual is still with us. So he was asking me about my take on the debate of persons with albinism. Okay, fine. Sorry, before I start that, I was on saying PWD, right? My apologies to everyone in the room and online. I didn't know that is offensive, right? They're saying I should have said it in full. Persons with disabilities. We learn every day. I didn't know that was offensive, and please, may you accept my apologies. So yeah, now to move on to the questions. So yeah, the person online was asking, what's my take on the debate? I think Diana can help me on this, because I think I actually quoted you in the paper. I think there's a paper that you wrote on the issues of, I don't know if you've written, but I'm sure you did, on albinism and disability, right? And then my take is persons with albinism are deemed people with disabilities. Where am I taking that from? So if you look at the definition of disability that we are provided for in the CRPD, I think it says something like, quote unquote, let me just open that up so that I don't say the wrong things. So according to the convention, right, it says a person with disabilities, it includes people who have long-term physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory impairment, right? So from the definition there, we can see long-term physical, mental, sensory impairment. So from the debates that I was engaging with, you'd find that persons with albinisms are deemed persons with disability because they've got sensory impairment, visual impairment, right? But then within the paper itself, I argue that this should not be the only factor that defines them as disabled, because here it says long-term physical. Remember, it's a working paper, and I'm open to suggestions like, nah, you're looking at this wrong, or what if you look at it in this way? So in the paper itself, I debate that there should be other inclusions apart from sensory impairment. I think we can also look into physical impairment. I don't know, I might be saying it wrong here, but we can discuss over lunch if that can be extended also to include people with albinism. And then the other question, yeah, I think it's the lady who's sitting over here. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? Who was asking about the obligations of South Africa, and then they mentioned something to do with, yeah, the white paper. And then they said you mentioned the section 59 of the Constitution, and then, yeah, there's a white paper on persons with albinism. Is that correct? How does it relate? Is it, or persons with disabilities, right? Yeah. Sorry, what's your name? Noko. Fantastic. So Noko, I hadn't looked at the white paper itself. Remember, I'm saying what I'm presenting to you is a working paper. I had only looked at the Constitution, and then I looked at the Ekurhuleni Declaration, and then I looked at the Carbon Tax Act, and then I think I look at the Climate Change Bill. But I'm more welcome to other source material that I can look into so that I can factor it in my arguments. So Noko, I'm going to have a chat with you over lunch, and then maybe we can discuss this further. All right, thank you. And then there's yes. You were talking about climate change, and then you were asking to whom is it applicable to, right? Yeah, from what I was reading in the Act, it's applicable to everyone, individuals included, private businesses, the state itself. And then I think you were asking, or you said something like, is it extendable continentally? I don't think it is, right? Mainly because from the hunch, what I'm thinking, it's a South African Act. So I'm thinking it's applicable within the jurisdiction of South Africa. But as I mentioned, it's applicable to private business, the state itself, and individuals at large. So that's what I gathered from the Act itself. There's a fourth person I'm missing. That's all right. On the what? Oh yeah, sorry, can you come again? Oh yeah. Okay. So when you were talking about the climate change bill, you asked where is it included about persons without disability, right? I think that will be Article 3. I need to do a fact check. Yeah, Article 3, right? To quote unquote, it says there is a need for decision making to consider the special needs and circumstances of localities and people that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change, including vulnerable workers and groups such as women, especially poor and rural women, children, especially infants and child-aided families, the aged, the poor, the sick, and persons with disability. So yeah, in Article 3, there is a mention of people, sorry, there is a mention of persons with disabilities in there. And remember, like I was saying, there is a section that I was addressing people with albinism as disabled people. So in that way, I was trying to group them so that they can fit in all these instruments or these legal frameworks that look into persons with disabilities. I hope I answered you. If I haven't, can we have a chat around lunch as well? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Tracy, for your presentation as well. I think it's raised more of the legal concerns and the legal background to human rights. I mean, the climate change issue. You know, climate change and albinism, it's an emerging issue with the onset of the reports produced by Maluka. So the discussion is pretty new. And for those of us with albinism, our intention is to raise the issues, the substantive issues, then we can now deep down into the law. So first we need to understand the issues and how it impacts persons with albinism, and then how that implies in the legal framework, either international or local or regional. And to the question my sister asked about girls and women and girls, and how they can prevent violence. I think on the part of African Albinism Network, we champion the implementation of the African Union Plan of Action on albinism. And recently in 2022, Uganda specifically, in June 13, adopted the National Action Plan on albinism. And in this action plan, there are various measures that will be implemented by the government and civil society. So I'm sure, take a look at that. We can have a chat, then I'll link you up to Olive Namuntebi so that she can have a thorough discussion with you so you know more about what actions you can implement in that action plan to help women and girls with albinism prevent them from getting violence. And on the issue of framework in Ghana, I think I'll have to invite Jalil to speak to that. Jalil, if you can join me on stage to speak to the issue as to whether. All right, sure, that's fine. Yeah, so I think the advocacy is still ongoing, especially in the albinism area. It's pretty new, and persons with albinism are also very vocal in Ghana, and we are speaking to the various issues. And from the African Albinism Network points, you can visit our website and you'll be able to read and learn about all that we do. You just visit us on all of our social media pages at africanalbinismnetwork.org, and that will give you, it's a one-stop shop on issues of albinism in Africa. Thank you.
Okay. I'm gonna get to the first question from the lady on my right-hand side. When it comes to addressing the gender-based violence on people with albinism, where girls and women face double discrimination. And we have had a few conferences in South Africa when it comes to justice towards people with albinism. And sometimes you find that cases are not being reported, or you find that there was a child who's struggling at school because she has albinism and she's not being reasonably accommodated. And we as Proud Albinism try to step up and be able to assist the mother so that her child can be able to be reasonably accommodated. But yet she was reluctant and she didn't want us to help her. But Proud Albinism managed to go to 2 schools earlier in 2023 in February, and we managed to teach the educators in a mainstream school how to reasonably accommodate a child with albinism, so that a child with albinism can be able to sit in front of the board in class, so that a teacher can write with a chalk on the board, so that, because if a child with albinism cannot be able to see, then they are not likely to perform academically. And when it comes to women, we have tried to work with the SAPS We've involved women officers to be able to address gender-based violence when it comes, especially to women with albinism, as well as I think parents also face discrimination when it comes to having children with albinism. So what we do is also educate, because we have tried to open cases, but they have not been so successful, honestly. And the question on the left-hand side, we are addressing the issue of people with disabilities with doctors. Doctors are making it hard for people with albinism to be able to apply for disability grants, because doctors believe that people with albinism do not have a disability, but yet little do they know that the eyesight of people with albinism make it hard to find a job, a basic job. So we want the government to be able to take us seriously when it comes to providing for the dignity packs. We had to fight for that as well. You know, my brother, for instance, he could not get a job at a mine because he failed the medical test. He could not hear well and he could not see well. And the doctors at the mine would not let him go underground, because should anything happen, it is their fault because he has a weak eyesight. So we still have a long way to go when it comes to albinism awareness. Even sometimes, I'm sorry to say, I feel that it's ridiculous to teach someone in the medical field how albinism, how much of a disability albinism is, because having our skin, I cannot stand for 5 minutes in the sun. I'll be able to go red. So that alone is a disability. Right, as much as we drive, as much as we do many other things, but there are other limitations, and they limit us to be able to do things that other people can do. Thank you.
I don't know if the UN expert online has some concluding remarks for us.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think I just wanted to address the question that was raised around albinism and disability. I think that would be my most useful contribution at this point, and to bring the human rights perspective. So to answer that question, we look at the CRPD, and the CRPD has referred to disability resulting from the interaction between an impairment and physical, environmental, and attitudinal barriers, and that these interaction prevents people from actively participating in society, so enjoying their right to participation. So what do we mean by this? Just to break it down, if you're a wheelchair user and you get to a building and the building only has stairs and you are unable to access the building, that is because of the physical barriers of the building. Physical barriers interacting with the wheelchair, the fact that you're a wheelchair user. So the government then has an obligation to ensure that the buildings have ramps, elevators, another way of making sure that those buildings are accessible to wheelchair users, so that they have the right to participate in whatever activities that are going on in that building. So when it comes to albinism, we apply the same principle because, first of all, visual impairment. If persons with albinism have visual impairment and they're unable to see the board or unable to, to read something, then the government has an obligation to ensure that persons with albinism are able to see that, to see the board, to read things. So they have to remove the barriers, and that might be through large print documents, through assistive devices, glasses, monoculars. But we have also recognized that albinism may also be considered a disability because of the lack of melanin. And the barrier here would be if you go to a place and you have to sit outside in the sun as a person with albinism, you may not be able to, as the speakers have said, will not be able to sit outside in the sun for very long because you'll be sunburned. So there is a physical barrier, and therefore the authorities have an obligation to create shelters, provide sunscreen, provide some other form of protective device. And this is a position that has been taken both by the Office of the Independent Expert on Albinism, myself and my predecessor, as well as the Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So I thought it was more important for me to respond to this than respond to any other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, or thank you very much. Please, can we give a round of applause for all the presenters? And I sincerely apologize for rushing you all.
It was not my intention. I thoroughly enjoyed all your contributions. So we have lunch served, and because of how much we have spent on the presentations, we have just 30 minutes to eat. So please be back. 30. Thank you.
Yeah, you take your lunchtime.
Ah! Jay! Jay! Yes! Go! It's fun.
in the matches. So
Felicia Chair, Acting Director, Ghana Institute of Fiscal Discipline. I'm Felicia Way. GSPD get a show, that's all. GSPD, yeah. What do you think? No, but no, that's our aspect. You want to say, I mean, you know, yeah. At the end officer, you should be there. We no, a DSP before, we are general, all the disability fraternity, huh? To me personality, but maybe I can more personal, if you can make sure they are fine. And as open logo be a chair disability, John Carashaw, and that's all. That's okay, and that's okay. That will belong to me alone. That one too is not bad. I mean, so I know that my document alone, nobody can edit and use it later. That's fine.
Sherurajani. Come in. Hi,
Hi,
how are you?
I'm fine, but I wanted to know if it's me who must pay these fees for the documents.
Yes,
It's on me.
yes. Because remember in the acceptance letter, it does say that everything visa related, those are costs that you need to pay for.
Okay.
Yes.
Some colleagues told me that as it's the second time, maybe the center will help me.
But that is a request you need to give to Michelle because she's the only one that can approve. I cannot approve payment being made for you. So you need to communicate the request to Michelle and then she will communicate with finance. But yeah, I think just talk to Michelle because I know even paying for your accommodation, because I know we're accommodating you from 1st of December. It took a lot of convincing, but you can talk to her because I know you're supposed to apply for your visa at least 30 days before. So 30 or 60 days before it expires. And it expires 31 December.
No.
Okay. So you have less than 60 days.
There is a problem. I don't master English to
Hello?
communicate.
Hi.
I don't know. Firstly, I don't know the place, the hospital, and to communicate with them. There is a problem with language. I'm not I'm not fluent in English.
But you're speaking in English now.
But I speak with difficulty.
So how are you going to manage in classes next year? Because the classes are strictly English.
I hope to improve my English in 2 months.
Okay.
With which I will spend before process starts.
I would suggest maybe you ask Clement because I'm busy the whole week. Today I'm actually attending a conference now from 2. I'm facilitating the whole day. I'm not in tomorrow. I'm not in Wednesday and Thursday. And I think these are things you need to do soon. Is Clement still around?
Yeah, he's there.
Okay. Because I think we can ask him to assist you. Office, okay. Because I think we can ask him to go with you. Would that be fine?
It will be fine because to communicate.
Okay, no, I understand. I understand. But I think the first thing would be to talk to Michelle if the center can assist you with the cost for the medical, those medical things.
You too, you can ask her. It's
Okay.
your colleague.
But the request is coming from you. It's fine. I'll talk to
Yeah,
her.
you request me. I requested to her when they
Oh, you can take a picture. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. May I kindly ask everyone to take their seat? Colleagues, may we take our seats, please? Once again, I would like to welcome you to our session D. I trust we all had good lunch. We have been, also the lunch was good, and thank you to the organizers for the good lunch. So at this juncture, our session D looks at the role of technology and other innovative measures to mitigate the impact of climate change on persons with disabilities in Africa. So in this particular session, our first speaker will be Mr. Edmo Masendeke. I will read briefly his bio. Edmo Masendeke works as a policy and research officer at the Alliance for Inclusive Education, and is also a PhD candidate at the University of Leeds in the UK. His PhD research investigates the barriers defendants with psychosocial and intellectual disabilities face in assessing communication support during criminal court proceedings, particularly England and Wales, and considers recommendations on how to address these barriers. Furthermore, previously he worked as an early stage researcher on disability advocacy research in Europe, projects at the University of Leeds, and also is also a founder of Endless Possibilities Trust, an organization that empowers people with disabilities and advocates for their rights in Zimbabwe. He is also a board member at Dyslexia in Africa Trust and St. Wilfred's Medical Center. Edmo holds an LLM in international and European human rights law from the University of Leeds. He is also an alumnus of Open Society Disability Rights Program and the Mandela Wash Fellowship Program. I would like to welcome Edmo on stage. We are pleased to have you as our first speaker. Okay, to share the screen. Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm going to talk with Good afternoon. I'm going to be addressing the topic. Yes, I'm going to be addressing the topic disability, mobility devices, and green tech opportunities and challenges for Africa. Fighting climate change is one of the greatest challenges the world is facing today. People with disabilities are disproportionately affected by climate change. According to the CPM, climate change is likely to cause a decline in the quality of life for people with disabilities and their well-being. Therefore, states will need to adopt disability inclusive and human rights-based approaches to combating the climate change. States also need to explore how existing solutions to climate change can impact the lives of people with disability. For example, how the increased focus on green technology can impact the design, manufacturing, and provision of access to devices for people with disabilities. When we are talking about the green technology, we are talking about technology that reduces the impact of the human impact on the natural environment. On the slide, there are a few examples of green technologies, which is solar, hydro, wind, tidal, geothermal, and biothermal energy sources that are example of green technology. There is a lot that can be said about green technology, but in the presentation, my focus is on its ability to promote the production and use of products without degrading the environment, such as harvesting energy from natural energy sources. In this presentation, I will discuss the potential impact of solar power mobility devices on the lives of people with disabilities in Africa and talk about the opportunities and challenges these devices have for people with disabilities in Africa. I think when we're talking of electronic devices, we see the benefit of independence for people with disabilities. This goes in line with many rights in the convention, including the ability to live independently, the ability to access to mobility devices and accessibility. And then traditionally, they are just using electricity and electricity is expensive, and in Africa they are power cut. So it's a problem to access these devices for some people. And mobility devices, most of them are not locally manufactured. They are manufactured abroad, and as a consequence, they are expensive and hard to access. Ability devices such as use in natural distortion, which is sunlight. That is without degrading the environment. Also, rechargeable battery cost less with a minimum impact on the environment. In addition to being shared using a natural energy source, solar power devices need to be affordable, safe, and durable and functional for them to be relevant. The first solar powered wheelchair was made by a man from United Arab Emirates. He was a 47-year-old. In 2010, he created the solar powered wheelchair you see on the screen with 2 panels on top of his wheelchair. And then there are a number of projects that are there are several people who are designing, fabricating, and solar and testing solar wheelchairs in Africa. The first one is by somebody from the University of South Africa, which is user-friendly, light, affordable, and easy to operate. It can run for it can carry a maximum of 155 kg, easy to control, and the speed is 11.25 kg, 25 miles per minute, meter per minute. The wheelchair can travel constantly for 6 hours without being charged. The second one is from Nigeria. It was made using local products, and also it can run. It can carry someone a maximum load of 100 kg. And okay, the third one is another Nigerian product. Let me move to the next slide. Sorry. Then I think the opportunities and challenges for Africa. The opportunities include the fact that such devices operate on solar energy, and something that is abundant in Africa, given the sun that is in Africa, and it is a renewable and pollution-free, and solar panels are affordable and scalable from a scalable form of renewable energy. So then we can also look at the wheelchair provision. Only 5 to 10% of wheelchairs that are required are locally manufactured. So that is a gap of up to 90% of people who need the wheelchairs in Africa. Then looking at the production gaps, most wheelchairs are there are small organizations in Africa that produce wheelchairs, and most wheelchairs are imported. So there's an opportunity to scale up the wheelchair production in African countries so that it's using local material and reduce the cost of wheelchair for people with disabilities in Africa, and also reduce the cost of this technology in Africa. Then the challenge is access to finance. Governments need to invest into both small scale and large scale production and provide incentives for people to be able to scale up their local production. Then there's need for a policy and regulatory framework that supports the growth of this industry. Then the producers of the watches that don't need to improve the quality of their product, because at the moment they are still testing, and I don't think they are as scalable as other international products. So they need to go back to and do more in terms of research and development. Then my final point is there needs to be knowledge exchange between the local producers and international organizations, so that local knowledge and technology can be incorporated into what is being produced, and we incorporate international standards in our own production. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, my brother Edmore, for such an insightful presentation. And I'm sure the participants here present are looking forward to engage you with further questions and probing into the insights that you have shared with us. So moving on, we are having our next speaker to share some insights with us. And let me just open their profile. Just a second. So our next speaker is Nini Nahazwe Aline. Is a legal researcher in the Secretariat African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. Our speaker will share insights on the role of assistive technology and devices for children with disabilities in mitigating the impact of climate change in Africa. Allow me to read a short bio of our speaker. Aline graduated from the Light University of Bujumbura with a bachelor's degree in law in 2014. Aline holds an LLM degree in human rights and democratization in Africa, obtained in 2009 from the Center for Human Rights in Pretoria in South Africa. Since 2009, Aline has worked with children and young people to ensure the protection and promotion of their rights and welfare through various projects and programs within the local and international NGOs. In February 2020, Aline joined the Secretariat of the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child as a legal researcher. At this juncture, allow me to welcome our second speaker on stage. Aline, the stage is yours. We look forward to your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present.
To increase your volume, the participants are not hearing you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present on the role of assistive technology and devices for children with disabilities in mitigating the impact of climate change in Africa. As it was done with the introduction, my name is Aline Nahazwe, and I'm working with the Secretariat of the African Committee of
Excuse me, Aline, you are frozen. Maybe your internet connection is not stable. Would you mind to perhaps log out and log in, or try to find a way to fix the connection? On our side, we are clear. Okay. I'm advised that you could switch off your video so that your internet could be stable. All right. Sorry for that. I mean, internet challenges are very common. So while we wait for our speaker to find your way back to the room, Allow me to invite our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Lizzie Zinyemba. Dr. Lizzie is a lecturer in the Department of Social Work at Bindura University of Science and Education in Zimbabwe. Our speaker will share some insights on us on investigating indigenous knowledge strategies in assisting people with disabilities in the aftermath of climate change-induced droughts in rural Zimbabwe. Allow me to invite our speaker on stage to share insights with us. So this is a co-written paper. So this presenter of this co-written project will be Peter Junior Ndlovu, who's also a teaching assistant in the Department of Social Work, Bindura University of Science and Education. Welcome on stage, Mr. Ndlovu, and we look forward to hear your insights on this subject. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this great opportunity to be able to present in front of everyone. This is an interesting conference. I remember when I was applying for this conference, I wasn't really sure if I was doing the right thing, but then I was doing the right thing because these are issues that are affecting us in terms of disabilities. In Bindura, we have so many people who are suffering from drought. So this research is something that really comes to heart. So our topic is indigenous knowledge systems for assisting people with disabilities in the aftermath of droughts in Mondoro, Zimbabwe. That's our topic. So basically, climate change is a global phenomenon that has adverse effects on the welfare of human beings. So you find that some of these climatic change effects, they affect vulnerable groups of people, and droughts are a direct effect of climate change. So if you look at the picture coming from a regional overview of Southern Africa, we find that it is projected that agricultural productivity will decline drastically in Southern Africa, particularly in Zimbabwe, Namibia, and Zambia. In the years that span from the year 2003 up until in 2080. So again, you find that the Oxfam in 2022, it's an organization in Southern Africa. It estimates that 40 million people are being affected by the El Nino effect, which is directly caused by climate change. And even the World Food Program in Zimbabwe again also estimates that about 5 million people in Zimbabwe, this is a third of Zimbabweans, because the population in Zimbabwe, we are 15 million. So the third of the population is suffering from hunger due to droughts. So amongst these 5 million people, we find that almost 3 million people are resident in rural areas. And in those rural areas, you find that amongst those 3 million people, you find there are people living with, there are people with disabilities there who are vulnerable and they need assistance. So our objectives of our study, we wanted to establish indigenous knowledge systems for assisting people with disabilities, and also to explore how these indigenous knowledge systems have changed over time. So basically what we wanted to do was to be able to determine which indigenous knowledge systems can be used to assist people living with disabilities in rural communities, given that in rural communities, you find that people with disabilities, we find that when it comes to social welfare services being offered, most of them, they are offered in urban areas. So in rural areas, we wanted to look at what are the indigenous knowledge systems that are there that can be used to assist people living with disabilities. Our research methodology, we focused on a qualitative research approach, and we used in-depth interviews, and as well we used key informant interviews. And we focused on Ward 2 in Mondoro. It's a rural community. And we used quota sampling as our sampling technique of choice to select 20 participants. These are people with disabilities that we selected from Mondoro. And also we selected 7 key informants from within, from Harare. And our data, we analyzed our data through NVivo, and we used thematic analysis. So our research findings were based on the indigenous knowledge systems that we found in terms of to assist people with disabilities in the aftermath of trauma. So the first indigenous knowledge system that we identified is known as the Zundera Mambo, which is the chief's granary or the king's granary. This is a system whereby community members, they gather grain or they go to work at the chief's fields that are allocated for vulnerable people in terms of the grain that they get there. So they use a cooperative system whereby they work together and then they get those yields. After they get the yields, they can then redistribute the grain to people living with disabilities who are in need of grain. Moving on, we find that there is a second, the second indigenous knowledge system that we identified for social assistance is the NIMBE. We can call it a working together system. It is kind of the opposite of the Zundera Mambo. In the NIMBE, you find that during the NIMBE, the members, they go directly to work in the fields of the person whom they identify as in need. This is a person with a disability. So they go to work in their fields. When the yields now, they directly help the person with the disability in terms of access to grain. Moving on, we also have another system which is known as Kusunza or Maricho in Shona. This system is whereby another person volunteers to actually help the person with a disability by going to work in another person's field, and they get some grain in return, and therefore they then give the grain to the person with a disability. The fourth indigenous knowledge system that we identified as we did our data collection is the Wuruva or the rain-making ceremony. We found that they believe that it's more of a preventative measure to droughts. They believe that when there are droughts, they are supposed to perform a rain-making ceremony where they can spend the whole night in a traditional room known as the banya, where they will be praying for rain. And usually in their prayers, they include people with disabilities and other vulnerable groups of people. So for recommendations, the first recommendation that we have, we actually recommend that indigenous systems of social assistance should be used to address food insecurity in food insecure households for people living with disabilities. We also recommend that there should be formalization of these indigenous systems of social security, because we believe that since the government does not have enough funds to fund programs at a wider scale, we believe that we can use these indigenous systems since they are locally available and they are cheap and they are accessible to all. So it's easier to then try to formalize them, to incorporate them in our social assistance fabric. And also we also recommend a coordinated approach whereby we have several stakeholders from different sectors, be it the government and the community members. They come together to really plan, to do social planning in terms of coming up with a mechanism to really implement these indigenous knowledge systems for assisting people with disabilities in the aftermath of drought. In conclusion, however, it can be said that indigenous knowledge systems cannot be ignored when providing social assistance to people with disabilities in the aftermath of droughts in Mondoro. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peter, for such an insightful presentation. I do not introduce him, but Peter is a social worker by profession and is also registered with the Council of Social Workers in Zimbabwe. I could sense the experience from his presentation and the insights that were shared. So at this juncture, allow me to welcome again on stage Nina. I'm sure your connection is fine now. Would you please come on stage to make your presentation? Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I'm trying to share the screen. Yes, as I was indicating in the beginning, my name is Aline Nahadzwe, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present on the role of assistive technology and devices for children with disabilities in mitigating the impact of climate change in Africa. To begin with, I'd like to share the outline of my presentation. First, I'll start by talking about what do assistive technology and devices include. And I'll share the international and regional legal framework on assistive technology and devices and the role of assistive technology and devices for children with disabilities in mitigating the impact of climate change. And I'll share the challenges in assessing assistive technology and devices and provide some recommendations.
Are you getting it here? This is for this thing.
With regards to the definition on assistive technology and devices, the World Health Organization defines assistive technology as a subset of health technology that refers to assistive products and reactive systems and services developed for people to maintain or improve the functioning, independence, communication, mobility, and self-care, to promote their well-being, development, and participation in various facets of life. The assistive technology range from low-tech products, such as glasses, to high-technology products, such as motorized wheelchairs and communication software. The assistive devices are also part of assistive technology and include iPods, iPads, and computers, among others. The examples of assistive technology and devices include wheelchairs, visual and hearing aids, specialized computer software and hardware that improve mobility, hearing, vision, or the capacity to communicate. I'd like to continue with the international and regional legal framework on assistive technology and devices by indicating that Article 13 of the African Charter on the Right and Welfare of the Child requires member states to take special protection measures to protect and promote the rights of children with disabilities. And the obligation to provide assistive technologies and devices is provided under Article 18 of the Protocol to the African Charter on Human and People's Rights on the right of persons with disabilities in Africa. And Article 23 of the Convention of the Right of the Child provide for the protection of children with disabilities. and the need to provide assistive technology and devices are directly mentioned in Article 4, 9, 20, 21, 24, 26, 29, and 32 of the Convention of the Right of Persons with Disabilities. I'd like further to share the challenges of children with disabilities during climate crisis by indicating that children with disabilities are disproportionately affected by climate change due to the limited knowledge of the existence of certain technologies and limited resources to access appropriate assistive technology and devices to respond to environmental change. Children with disabilities are also often face an increased risk of harm during climate crisis, as they are highly exposed to various forms of vulnerabilities, including risk of abandonment, especially during forced and unplanned displacement. Climate crisis increase the prevalence of disabilities, as some children may face severe injuries during climate crisis. And during climate crisis, children with disabilities may not hear, know about, or understand what is happening, and they are struggling to flee without the assistance of assistive technologies and devices. And access to existing public services is worsened by climate crisis. I'd like further to share the role of assistive technologies in mitigating the impact of climate change in Africa. Children with disabilities need assistive technologies and devices to be alert on the existence of climate crisis and its effects. They need to be provided with vibrating, alerting devices, such as even images, videos, or other vibrations to be alert that there is a climate crisis. And during unplanned and forced displacement, children with disabilities need assistive technology and devices to escape the danger before it strikes and be able to continue accessing public services such as education. Because of the forced displacement, children can continue learning from home or in displacement camps, and also continue accessing healthcare services through the telemedicine as well as online learning. And this, we have seen the best practices of some African countries that are having digital audio libraries where children can be connected from home and read or listen to relevant subject books. And this is done without being physically in classroom or attending library premises. And also children can be provided with text-to-speech or voice, a talking book player, audio recorder and player, or artificial leg or hands. And children with disabilities, if they are being provided with assistive technology and devices, they are being empowered to report child right violations and seek appropriate assistance. As we are aware, children with disabilities are already already being affected by many discrimination, even when there's no climate crisis. So when there's climate crisis, they are more vulnerable. With the assistive technology and devices, they can be able to report and to participate. And assistive technology is also a powerful tool, increase independence and improve participation during and after climate crisis. The assistive technology can help children to become mobile, communicate more effectively, see and hear better, participate fully in matters that concern them, including in all matters that concern climate change, crisis, disaster response, and mitigation attitudes. Assistive technology also supports children with disabilities to access and enjoy their rights physically as well as online. assistive technology also increase the preparedness and ability of our children with disabilities in dealing with disaster. However, even if after seeing that there is importance, the significant role of assistive technology and devices in mitigating the climate change crisis, I'd like to share the challenges in assessing assistive technology and devices by indicating that access to these devices remain a challenge in Africa. African region has unmet needs of these devices, and most African countries do not have national assistive technology and devices legislative and policy framework, as well and as a result, these devices are difficult to access in many parts of Africa, and many children do not have these devices. There's also lack of access that is often due to high cost of assistive technology, because these devices are frequently produced abroad. This is creating additional costs for transport as well as other stuff for children to access these devices. And children are often less likely than adults to access these devices. As recommendations to member states, to the African Union member states and other relevant stakeholders, one of the recommendations is to develop and implement adequate legislation, policies, strategies, and programs on assistive technology and devices, and states should support the development, local production, distribution of these devices that meet the needs of children with disabilities. And also, state is encouraged to establish partnership, bilateral and international cooperation to improve accessibility of these devices. And it's also recommended to respect the 4 cardinal principles on children's rights when providing these devices for children with disabilities. That's non-discrimination, the best interest of the child participation, life, survival, development of children. And state is also recommended to estimate need and allocate adequate resources on assistive technology and devices, and strengthen data, evidence, and research on the assistive technology and devices service provision, and raise public awareness on the importance of these devices in mitigating the impact of climate change. Thank you very much. This is the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Nina. Thank you so much. Your slides were not moving. I'm sure we'll be able to read them at some point and then engage with you. And allow me to invite our last speaker for this session, who is our Jacques Chirac. Awa will make a presentation on organization of persons with disabilities, promoting community-based inclusive development through tree planting in 3 municipalities in the northeast region of Cameroon. Unfortunately, I do not have your bio, Awa, but at this stage, allow me to welcome you to present. Please, could you stick to 10 minutes? And if you're using slides, could you make sure that your slides are moving so that we all follow? Thank you very much. Are you there, Awa? If Awa is not online, allow me to hand the mic to our next moderator, who's Ms. Rutondwa Mashige from the Center for Human Rights. Okay. Allow me to, sorry for that. I was looking at time. Maybe for the next 5 minutes to 7 minutes, for those who would like to engage our speakers, please may you do so. So I will check hands from this side, going this side. The gentleman in the back, Tandy. Start with him first. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, colleagues. Yeah, the grave nation. Sorry, MTV base. Today it's the volume high. Yeah, South Africa, yes, SA we can. Like Boge. Yeah, so yeah, load shedding also we couldn't deny the fact that has played an impact in exacerbating the climate disaster. Yeah, so load shedding has also played part. There was also, I don't know, is a factor that influence or is somewhere in between. So yeah, yes, guys, especially like I wanted to hear from also the people who are doing research also in agriculture. Yeah, last time we attended the Center for Science and Industrial Research in Tshwane. So yeah, also they also advise people who are participating in agriculture. They also can come up with strategies to challenge the system. For instance, measuring equality around our agricultural sites can also play a huge impact in terms of alleviating poverty. For instance, the higher the equality, the higher the dirty equality, the lower the equality in the vicinity of agricultural zones, they can convince supermarkets to have a greater deal for consumer price index. We can get bread for a less R1 for due to equality. Also, the issue of do CSIR guys wearable clothing technology for heat sun rays. So also printing paper notes that can be read in braille. Also, it's another technology that we can tap in as disabled people. Yeah, and also, let's commercialize, collaborate, and create. Ideas are endless. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I encourage you colleagues to keep your questions short a little bit so that our next presenters are waiting. Thank you.
All right, a quick one.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. In one of the presentation, he presented about solar and electrical powered wheelchairs. So my question is, how far have these people, the technology gone? And at the same time, how can it be replicated so that it can also help many people, persons with disabilities who cannot afford the higher ones, the expensive wheelchairs that we see on the market and that are found out there? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the question. Then you can take the floor.
So my question has to do with the technology and the mobility devices. Now that in Africa, especially, we don't have local manufacturers. I mean, and I don't know also about repairs, whether we have people who are able to repair when, I guess wheelchair, yes, but when it comes to the technology, I don't know to what extent. Where do we go from here? How can we move from where we are now? What would you suggest or recommend?
Thank you. Is there anyone with a burning question? Okay, I'll take two last questions from this gentleman and the gentleman. Yeah.
Good afternoon, colleagues.
I wanted to ask that by us trying to have solar systems that could assist those with disabilities, aren't we creating another problem again? Because lately we've seen a trend of child labor in countries such as DRC, where these children are being used to mine. I'm not so sure the specific names of the minerals that are being used for the creation of these batteries and as well as the solars. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last question.
Thank you. Mine is directed to Peter. I would request that when he does the answers on the 4 indigenous types of interventions, he gives us the name in the local language, but be a bit slow so that we can take it down, because we also have such in our societies, but it's not in the local language. So we want to translate it directly to our own languages. Thank you.
Thank you very much for such insightful questions. Allow me to ask our presenters to respond to the questions. Over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you for your question, John. Thank you for your question. I'll answer the three questions. And the first one was about how far have we gone in Africa in terms of producing solar technology. I think at the moment there are universities that projects in several countries, including South Africa, Uganda, and Nigeria. I'm not sure we shall do more research into that, but what they are trying to do is to use indigenous as much technology that is available locally, to materials that are available locally to produce the witches. Most of them are being done is either part of somebody's master's project or PhD project. So those are the potentials that I was trying to build on and saying those are opportunities that we can take advantage of, but they need a bit more research and development to such a stage that they can be commercialized and standardized, because I think there's an issue of safety and other issues that have to be considered. Then to answer your question of repairs and things, at the moment, a wheelchair from abroad, you buy it. If it needs repairs, that's the end of it sometimes, because what can be done locally is limited. But I'm sure if people can produce the watches locally and at scale, they have the opportunity to now repair which is local, and there's an opportunity in terms of there are small projects all over Africa. I don't know if you have heard of little where they locally manufacture wheelchair for sale, but they are not yet into solar. So they can be equipped to produce solar wheelchairs, and that will be a form of employment for people with disabilities, and also it reduces the cost for and increase affordability for African people.
Thank you so much, my brother. Allow me to give to Peter to respond.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for that question. You said I'm supposed to translate them into English so that people can get an understanding of the English variant of these indigenous knowledge systems. I'll start by then. Yeah. In local language. All right. So I was trying to then start by naming it in Shona, and then I translate it to English. So the first one that I talked about is the Zundera Mambo. I didn't see if it was being beamed if it was being displayed, but it's Zundera Mambo. It's purely Shona. That's Zundera Mambo. Yeah, I can spell it. Yeah, you have been assisted on that one. Then there is Nimbe, the second one. There's the Nimbe system. Then the third one is the Uruva ceremony. Uruva. It's an H-U-R-U-V-A. The Uruva ceremony. Then the last one is it's called Maricho or Kusunza. Maricho is M-A-R-I-C-H-O. Then all right. Okay, have you been answered, sir? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can we give them a round of applause? And at this stage, allow me to welcome my senior colleague, Ms. Rotondwa Mashige, to take us to the next session. Thank you so much. Rotondwa, over to you.
Thank you very much, Tendai. Thank you. Afternoon, everyone. As Tendai has already stated, my name is Rotondwa Mashige, and I'll be your moderator for this session, which I know is quite of a challenge because it's the session after lunch and just the session before the day comes to an end. So hopefully it will go very fast, and though without rushing the presenters. So I just wanted to note the following. So we've got 2 presentations for this session, and each presenter will have 10 minutes, and then we'll reserve questions after the final presenter has delivered their presentation, just the same way that this session has been going. So without any further ado, we're going to go to the first speaker, who is Zunaida Wadiwala. And I'll just quickly read her bio. Zunaida has degrees from the University of Pretoria, a BLC, has an LLB as well, and a CML, and is an admitted attorney, conveyancer, and notary of the High Court of South Africa. She is currently pursuing her LLM degree by dissertation in transitional climate litigation at the University of Witwatersrand School of Law, where she also works as a teaching assistant and a seasonal lecturer. She further serves as an examiner for Legal Practice Council for the Attorney's Conveyancer and Notary Admission Examinations, and she also serves as a rapporteur for the Sabine Center for Climate Change Law at Columbia University. She's been awarded a certificate for the Key Essentials, the Paris Agreement, Sustainable Development, and the Laws course by the University of Cambridge. And she is, or rather speaks English, Afrikaans, Urdu, and Arabic. And her hobbies include calligraphy in both Arabic and Latin fonts, as well as watercolor art. Without any further ado, Zunaida, the floor is yours, and you've got 10 minutes for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Equality is not in regarding different things similarly. Equality is regarding different things differently. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, a very good afternoon to you all. As was said in the introduction, this is the session after lunch. It's been a long day, but I'm hoping that my talk about the role of climate litigation and South African courts in securing climate justice for people with disabilities may just pique your energy levels a bit. So why does climate justice matter for people with disabilities? I'm just checking if you can all see my slides clearly. Let me exit into a bigger screen. Is that better? Pretty hard, you want to check? Okay. I think it's sorted. All right. So why does climate justice matter for people with disabilities? Anthropogenic climate change was acknowledged by the Paris Agreement within the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change to be an urgent and potentially irreversible threat to human societies, highlighting that climate change is widely seen as the defining challenge of our time. Academic literature and scientific studies have found that the impact of climate change, while universal, disproportionately affects people with disabilities worldwide. In the global south, the risk is heightened, creating dire circumstances. All of this amounting to one sure thing: we are facing climate change in an unequal world. Climate justice recognizes the nexus of climate change and human rights and acknowledges that the impact of climate change are not distributed equally. It thus seeks to address these inequalities through climate mitigation and adaptation approaches. Considering the impacts of climate change faced with people or individuals with disabilities, the Intergovernmental Panel of Climate Change, together with the United Nations Human Rights Council, have documented that while it is impossible to enumerate them all, climate change has an impact on inter alia the rights to life, self-determination, development, health, food, water and sanitation, adequate housing, and as well a range of cultural rights. Looking at the law, the courts, people with disabilities, in a nutshell, climate change is proven to exacerbate inequalities. The United Nations Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities reaffirm that people with disabilities are entitled to enjoy all human rights and fundamental freedoms on an equal basis with others. South Africa has both international and domestic obligations which either directly or indirectly mention people with disabilities or deal with issues regarding disabilities. For lack of time, I'm going to actually sum up what he said on this slide, just looking at the first and second paragraphs, and perhaps when it comes to the questions, we can elaborate. But the big news on everybody's lips at the moment is the upcoming COP28 in Dubai, starting on 30th of November and going on to the first 2 weeks of December. Actually, we need to backtrack when we talk about COP. COP27 took place in Sharm el-Sheikh last year, November, December 2022. And this COP27 was seen as a reboost of COP16, which took place in Cancun, Mexico, 2010, in which people with disabilities were acknowledged. Since then, though, sadly, although they were acknowledged and identified as being disproportionately affected by the climate crisis, climate change negotiations, policymakers have since overlooked people with disabilities, with the result that challenges faced by people with disabilities include, and not limited to, but inaccessible websites, lack of resources in multiple readable fonts, for example, Braille. And so these are just some of the challenges that are faced at the moment. Let's look at the South African climate litigation. A brief synopsis. In total, South Africa has got a record number of 10 climate change cases. From these, 4 have judgments that are decided. 1 case has been postponed indefinitely, and we have 5 judgments which are pending. In the global north, the judgment in the Agenda case is the first to successfully challenge climate change policy based on human rights treaties. And the court held that the Netherlands has a positive obligation underneath the European Convention of Human Rights to take reasonable and suitable measures for the protection of climate change. In South Africa, the human rights angle in climate change specifically stems from the fact that the provisions relied upon are Section 24, the right to a healthy environment, and Section 33, the right to just administrative action, both of which are placed within the Bill of Rights of our Constitution. By way of inference, the word everyone in these provisions include people with disabilities. So, although not directly mentioned in the cases in South Africa, but by including climate change impact assessments and considerations in their relief measures, judges include people with disabilities. This is further inferred from cases like the Earth Life Johannesburg case, which talks about the principle of intergenerational justice, and from Sustaining the Wildlife case, which included the fundamental considerations of no harm to marine and bird life in its judgment, and then the Philippi horticultural case, in which urban developments within the High Court then remanding the administrative decisions, and with the High Court giving instructions to more fully consider climate change impacts and water scarcity. When we look at what is considered an incidental case to climate change, incidental because it does not meet the definition of climate change. The Sabin Center for Climate Change Law, situated at Columbia University, and the London School of Economics Grantham Institute have defined climate change litigation with 3 components. Firstly, climate change litigation includes cases that raise material issues of law or fact relating to mitigation, adaptation, or the science of climate change. Secondly, cases brought before a range of administrative, judicial, and other adjudicatory bodies. And thirdly, cases which use terms such as climate change, global warming, greenhouse gases, and sea level rise. The problem is that cases that raise issues of law or fact related to climate change but do not rely on these specific terms are excluded. Air pollution is excluded from this definition and hence does not fall within the ambit of climate change litigation. Nevertheless, I raised this case, decided in the Pretoria High Court on the 18th of March 2022. At issue was the extent of the South African government's obligations regarding air pollution in the Highveld priority area. The judge found and declared that the poor air quality in the Highveld priority area is a breach of residents' Section 24 right to a healthy environmental right, and further declared that the Minister of Environmental Affairs has a legal duty to prescribe regulations to implement the Highveld plan. A brief synopsis of global climate change litigation. The agenda case, which I had spoke about earlier, with its rights-based approach of holding the state accountable, gave rise to many other rights-based claims. For example, those involving private companies, those involving fundamental laws, as happened in the Neubauer case in Germany, many transnational cases, and cases involving vulnerable groups such as women and children. However, around the globe, to date, there is only one case involving people with disabilities. The case of Milner versus Austria was filed in the year 2021. It was filed by an Austrian citizen who is suffering from multiple sclerosis, and this is a disease which is temperature sensitive. Unfortunately, this claimant was unsuccessful against the Austrian government for a claim of violations of his human rights. In other words, the Austrian government was not taken to task for failing to set effective climate change measures in order to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The good news, this case has now been brought to the European Court of Human Rights, and the decision is pending. Let's hold thumbs. I conclude by acknowledging that globally, there is only one case currently pending regarding climate change and people with disabilities. This is an area where we would like to see a lot more scrutiny and inclusion for people with disabilities. Remember that people with disabilities are facing climate change in an unequal world. In this context, it is apt for me to repeat my opening quote. Equality is not in regarding different things similarly. Equality is in regarding different things differently. Let's aim for true equality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sunaida. Thank you so much for keeping it brief, but also making sure that you addressed a majority of the important things from your presentation. I'll now invite, or rather introduce, the next speaker, and I would just urge the participants to just note down the questions that you have for this presentation, and then after Japheth's presentation, we'll then take questions based on both presentations. Thank you so much, Sunaida. So the next session, after hearing and having an introduction on justice in terms of climate justice, rather, for people with disabilities in terms of the South African court context. The next speaker is going to give us a case study, right, on climate litigation in Africa. And this will be based on countries that are in East Africa, which is Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya. And the next presenter is Japhet Manyama. And I'll quickly give a brief of his bio. Japhet Manyama serves as a senior resident magistrate of the judiciary of Tanzania and joined the judiciary back 17 years ago, which is quite a while. So he's very experienced in this field. So during his service as the member of the bench, he's been appointed to various positions, which include resident magistrate, who's in charge of the Morogoro region and Ruvuma region. He also holds an LLB from Muzumbe University, as well as an LLM from the University of Dar es Salaam, a diploma in law from the Institute of Judicial Administration, and various certificates from the advanced human rights courses, which are offered at the center. has also mutual legal assistance and extradition requests from International Institute of Justice and Rule of Law Malta, and also serves as a part-time assistant lecturer at the School of Law in Tanzania. He possesses an in-depth knowledge of various issues of jurisprudential law and will be going through the trends in East Africa in terms of climate litigation. Thank you so much. Over to you, Japhet.
Hello, do you hear me properly?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, colleague, for this time. I know that you are so tired, so I will try to become very brief in my presentation. To start, I will skip on the terms of this climate litigation, the meaning, then I will go direct to the key drivers of the climate litigation. One of the most important when one is claiming from the courts must be claiming for compensation for the cost which the climate change has been adopted. Secondly, the challenge climate change related or either there or preventing the future emission of contribute to the climate change. In other ways, I will go now direct to go to look for this the so-called climate change. So here we have the two broad categories on this on the climate litigation. The first one, there must be a public law action against the government and the public authorities raising human rights or constitutional or administrative law arguments, and the private law actions based on the areas of law such as torts, fraud, planning, and the company law. All these areas are the important where one can have a cause of action when claiming for climate litigation. Now, according to one professor in our country in Tanzania, who is Professor Majamba of the University of Dar es Salaam, has emphasized that this area is so umbilical, or it's a very, very initial stage. There's no law governing climate litigation in Tanzania. There's no any case laws. So even the judges are trying. Judges are trying to decide the cases remaining on the foreign precedents, which are not binding in our courts. It is apparent law that in most cases, these climate litigation in Tanzania are mostly based on public interest litigation, quite different from another country of Kenya and Uganda. As you can see, in public interest litigation, you have to show how much you have been affected more and above than others. This principle is very, very difficult for the area of this climate litigation. So there's a numerous of cases which we have been the court have been trying to look on. For example, if you look at the case of Tenende Butolela and another that one general, this case is a Court of Appeal of Tanzania, where the judges in our countries, let me quote, they have said that we take judicial notice of the fact that forest must be protected by law to prevent environmental destruction, deforestation, and a drought, which, if left unchecked, would endanger and ruin the survival of mankind, fauna, flora, birds, insects, and other creatures, and turn our country into a desert. For this loom, the courts of law would not support trespass into forest, be it immoral or forest reserve. So the judges reached this decision because there is no any law which supposed them to decide. So they have decided only to embark on the court precedents. Now, quickly, let's go to the situation of Uganda. In Uganda, actually, situation in Uganda. Let me do the Uganda situation in Uganda. Yeah, in Uganda, the country ratifies the Paris Agreement to seek the strength of a global response to the change, to the climate change, and require the state to undertake ambitious effort to limit the global temperature increase to be well at least at 2 degrees. Therefore, apart from international treaties, which the Uganda is a state part and has ratified, the country constitution in Uganda under Article 50, Sub-Article 1, gives the right to private interest, public interest litigation, which the NGOs, non-government organization, has employing to institute climate changes. Therefore, the unique feature of public interest litigation in Kenya and Uganda is, as opposed to Tanzania, that there's no requirement for petition to show how they have been personally affected in a particular action against which they are not bound to institute a cause of action. Now, as you can see, in Uganda, there's no need to prove that you have affected the person more than above others, compared with that of Tanzania. So Kenya, the law is very strict, is very straightforward compared with Tanzania. Now, quickly, let me take you through to Kenya. In Kenya, there is contemporary legislation which comes to compensate the damage. The Constitution of Kenya empowers the persons to seek redress when their right is heavily and the health and the clean environment has been violated or infringed. So in Kenya, any person can take an action to court, provided that there is a cause of action. Therefore, courts in Kenya have very, very strict forward, and the law is very, very clear. And there is a law, in Kenya, there's a law called Climate Change Act, which this is an avenue for a citizen of Kenya to hold a government or national in the country in all corporations accountable for the global initial emission. Therefore, in Kenya, any person, including private companies, public party, and all a nation of Kenya, can take an action to the court of law just for the protection of environment. Therefore, in East African, I mean Tanzania, Kenya, and Uganda, there are some litigations which are still in the courts. For example, we have the East African Court of Justice on climate change litigations. This case has been giving us a very, very big challenge in our country. This case is is known as Food and Adequate Living Rights and others versus Tanzania and Uganda. Therefore, this case, there's a constructing of a pipeline which to transport crude oil, which are passing from Uganda, coming direct to Tanzania through the Tanga. Therefore, these organizations, this adequate food and living rights and others, pursued to the East African Court of Justice to have the temporary injunction on this project, because there's a lot of distribution of this oil. Therefore, this case now is still pending in this court. Till now, there's no any decision being provided. And in my conclusion, I'll just say in a few words that there's a trend in regard to climate changes to integration in Tanzania and Kenya, though the situation is quite different from these countries, just in Kenya and Uganda, because Tanzania, there's no law which provides specifically for climate litigation compared with Kenya and Uganda. Since the country's environmental legal framework did not expressly provide for the right of individual to apply to the court, therefore, in our countries like Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya, we depend much on this decision of the East African Court of Justice, because we have very fractured laws, we have fractured litigation. So in each country, we depend on the domestic courts to protect the environment. Though still now we have no any specific cases. How many cases which have been filed in courts? So we are still at the very, very embryonic stages or initial stages when granting or seeing which country have many cases, but taken in most cases, for example, in Tanzania, all these climate change cases are being taken as cases of as cases of environmental degradation. So now, let me end up here, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Japheth, for that insight, or those insights rather, on climate litigation, looking specifically at Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya. At this moment, I would like to invite questions. So if anyone has questions, comments, or contributions that they would like to make based on the two presentations that we've heard. Can I also ask someone in the room to assist with taking questions on the ground?
Hi, Ratandwa. I'll assist on the ground.
Thank you so much, Sabia.
Thank you. Thank you. No, mine it's with regard to directed to Zunaid anyway, and I will also direct it to one to Japheth. Zunaid, you mentioned that is one case study that you had a challenge in terms of the climate. So I just like to check, is this only case that is appearing here in South Africa, or it is the case that you normally encounter with other countries? In a situation whereby it is a similar case, how do you benchmark in terms of the case studies to make sure that the consistently is applied with regard to that? And then coming to Japheth, you mentioned that Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya, the Kenya's, particularly Kenya, the law is very strict in terms of that. But however, I heard you mentioning about the case that has been pending. So I'm interested in terms of that kindling of a pace, as we say, what should be the challenge to make it pending? Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. I think maybe my question is directed to Zunaid. We would like to know, yeah, here in South Africa, we see how expensive it is to get disabled with this issue of road accident fund. So we would like to know, like, now, to how could you advise us disabled people, Luguti, how do we confront the government now to say, for instance, people who are forced to disability, they become instant millionaires, but us who are born with it, or who are born with disability, how now government is assisting us in that regard, even the lawyers who are handling our case, if they are not cheating us in that regard. For instance, we would also like to know, who do you think the insurance side with during the climate disasters? Because we saw the realities in Midrand too. If we are organized as the community of Midrand and go and litigate the state, do you think is a possible win case? Thank you very much.
Thank you
Yes.
so much. Okay, yes, all right.
So I was asking, you know, when in contract, you have force majeure, which is a contract clause that, you know, people put in contracts to basically get people to get away from, you know, catastrophic events. Now I'm asking, looking at disasters and looking at the way people look at natural disasters generally, do you think that we can ever be successful, you know, in litigation when it comes to persons with disabilities, knowing that I mean, as much as possible, if even we are talking about rights, of course, it is important that even in natural disasters, you know, the rights of persons with disabilities should be upheld. You think that we can ever be successful, knowing that there are even limited cases? I know climate change is an emerging issue. I mean, even though there has been talks for a very long time, where do you think we will go with it?
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if there's still questions on the ground before we hand over to the two presenters to give answers to the questions that have already been posed. Okay.
Hello, good afternoon. I just want to thank the colleagues for their wonderful presentation. My question is to Zunaida. I'm not sure if you had mentioned this within your presentation, but I just wanted to find out from you. You might have alluded to a fact that there is one particular case that covers disability and climate change, right? Am I correct? Yeah, may I please have the name of the case? Thank you very much.
Okay, there's one more question on the ground.
Okay, thank you. We'll take that last question and then give an opportunity to the presenters to give the answers to the different questions posed.
All right, thank you. I wanted to understand, I'm not a lawyer by profession or something like that, but we've had scenarios where people go to court, for example, give a scenario of Malawi, where they wanted to ban use of thin plastics. But then you find business people are going to the same court and get an injunction, or they delay the case. How can this be handled? Because it's the environment that is being affected. But these business people want money. They want to be selling and all that, but it's affecting the whole country. How can this be handled? Thank you.
Thank you very much for the questions. I'll hand over to the presenters. So we can start by Zunaid. Please just address the questions that were addressed, that were asked. And I noticed that there was one question that was not directed to any to a particular presenter. So if you could just attempt to answer that one, and then Japheth will also come in and give more context or clarity or answer the question further. So over to you.
So thank you to all who have asked questions. I have to say all 6 questions are really important. I love the first question very much. The first question, just for ease of repetition, the participant asked, how do you benchmark? Well, the participant first asked for clarification if there is only one case study, and yes, I confirm there is only one particular case linked to climate litigation and people with disabilities. Now, the next question following from there was, how do you benchmark the consistency between South Africa and other countries? And now this is the part I really love, because this gives me the opportunity to talk about the research I have been engaging for the past 3 years. It is no easy task, let me tell you, to set a benchmark. What I have done was formulate a transnational analysis. Now, the topic of my dissertation is transnationalism in climate change. The aim, the research aim of my dissertation is to examine what are the contributions of climate litigation from the global south to the global north. In other words, I want to know, other judges in the global north, when they're making their big decisions, do they consider people in the global south? And has anything from the global south been used in global north decisions? There was no way to answer that question. You can read 100 cases. You're not going to answer it without developing some sort of framework. And that is where all my hard work came in. I developed a framework, in essence, about 8 questions. And I've done comparisons between different jurisdictions. That is how I have come to a benchmark. I've written and am going to be published in a few academic journals soon. You can probably just search my my ORCID ID and you'll find links to those articles. But if you'd like to read up more on that, that's where you will find the information. So that is how then you benchmark the different cases. In essence, to give you some sort of an example of what I mean, human rights cases is a big thing now in climate litigation. This was never the case. And this is important even for the last gentleman that asked the question. So when it comes to human rights cases in the global north, it's seen so differently from the global south. In the global north, the European Convention of Human Rights, in particular Article 8 and Article 13, stand to correction on the exact number of the article, but those are the provisions with regards to right to life, right to family privacy, and those are the considerations which helped the judge in the Agenda case. This is the case that was held in the Supreme Court of the Netherlands to reach its conclusion that yes, the Netherlands needs to uptake its climate considerations because it is impeaching on human rights of the citizens of the Netherlands. This case is known as a landmark case because it is the first case that then relied on human rights provisions. But this case started in a lower court, and the court, not to use too much legal jargon for those who are not familiar with the legal background, but the court of first instance based its findings on law of torts, or as we know in South Africa, the law of delict. And the big turnaround was when the Supreme Court then gave it the human rights angle. This then gave footing to other cases. Also in the Netherlands, a case of milieu defensie, which has also received a lot of academic and media attention, was about taking a Royal Dutch shell to court and also basing it on Article 8 of the European Convention of Human Rights. It gave a lot of courage then to other jurisdictions. Like I mentioned earlier, Germany followed from there. A lot of cases from the global south, Latin America, have now developed also because of this. So the United Nations Environmental Program, together with the Sabin Center, has released just about the end of July, a report talking about climate change litigation. And in that report, they commence with how climate litigation has actually grown. There are 3 waves of climate litigation. The first was between the years 2007 to 2015. There was before Paris Agreement, and the only jurisdictions where we saw climate change litigation was the United States and Australia. Post 2015, we saw litigation in moving to other jurisdictions such as Europe, and of course now we see a great increase in litigation around the globe. Africa, I must admit, has got the least amount of climate litigation. So in a nutshell, I hope that answers your question. Going to the second question, David, your questions. You asked about the road accident fund. You mentioned that it's very expensive and how I would advise in that regard. The road accident fund, as you know, is a very contentious issue. It's been under a lot of scrutiny, not limited or not actually pertaining or not relevant to climate change litigation. Unfortunately, your question, there is no specific provision in the road accident fund that if a person with disability is involved in an accident, and how do they claim? It's a standard piece of legislation applicable to everybody. I'm not sure I understood the balance of your question with regards to litigation, something about Midrand. I'm not familiar with the incident you referred to in Midrand. If we have time, you're welcome to talk to me about that or to elaborate on the floor. But I'm going to go on to the third question for now. So the third question was your question, Jalil, and you said looking at Jalil used the Latin term, the equivalent of which means the acts of God, natural disasters. And Jalil's question was, how will climate litigation be successful for people with disabilities and pertaining to natural disasters? So the whole thing with climate change, science has proven that climate change is anthropogenic in nature. Anthropogenic, for those of you who are not familiar with the term, means human-induced climate change. When it comes to litigation, one of the important pillars which litigation cannot do without is causality. You need to prove that a cause of a particular cause of action caused harm. So if you can prove harm, then you can succeed in litigation. If you look at cases that have taken place, and another thing about litigation is that litigation sets precedent. So what is happening is that governments are using, or rather claimants are using strategic litigation now. They're not relying on this is an act of God or this is what happened. They're using things like the Kyoto Protocol has said that a developing country has a different NDC versus a developed country. And the Paris Agreement went further to state to say that each country is liable to calculate their own NDCs, nationally determined contributions. So what has happened in terms of litigation stemming from there is that lawyers and claimants are getting creative. They're not looking for a specific causality. They're saying, hold on, you're the government of our country. As a state, you are responsible for protecting citizens from climate change. And that is how we are seeing successful litigations. So it's all about strategy, creative thinking, thinking out of the box, and wanting to make a difference. Question 4 at the back, the name of the case. The case is called Milner versus Austria, and I'm going to spell that M-U with colon on the U, double L, N for no, E-R versus Austria. I don't have the citation on hand, but you can, I don't know, message me, message one of the organizers, and I can always send you a link. Last question. I'm not sure who asked the question. I've lost track, but the question was business people. Sometimes when you cannot understand your own handwriting, hey? So business people and I don't know. Can someone repeat the question, please? Okay, okay. Indeed, thank you for that clarification. So the question basically, as I understand it, is that why is it that people are instituting litigation, but they seem to be overpowered by those who are wealthier, the big businesses and the big corporations? So once again, the good news is that the agenda case has led to the human rights approach. The first case that was taken against a big corporation is the case of Milieu Defensie versus Royal Dutch Shell. And once again, the court here in Netherlands found that Royal Dutch Shell was responsible for the human rights damages against Milieu Defensie. Unfortunately, Dutch has issued counter litigation, and now this case is pending. In South Africa, we had recently, I think it was October or September last year, we had the case of sustaining the wildlife. And this case, in essence, concerned seismic operations in the east coast of South Africa. And it was also one of the respondents in this case was also Shell, the Shell company. And it was very fortunate that the court found in favor of the claimants in this particular case, and found that environmental authorization for those seismic blasts were actually not going to be upheld, and those authorizations were then taken away. So that is how, once again, with strategic litigation and basing your claim on not specifically one type of claim, but that is how then we are finding that big corporations are forced towards accountability. In South Africa, it's a little bit different from what happens in other jurisdictions, because we base our claims on judicial review. This stems from administrative law. I once again apologize for those who don't have a legal background, but so every South African, by means of our constitution, is entitled as a fundamental right to just administrative action. And when it comes to a matter such as this, claimants then can base their claim that, you know what, we feel this is not right, and the lawyers would advise them this is because this is not a just administrative action. In issuing this license for this type of seismic blasting or this type of whatever license were issued, we suggest you apply for review under the administrative law, and PAJA, which is a branch or a piece of legislation under administrative law, and PAJA then has a provision for review, and that when a court says this is under review, they can basically set it aside. So I hope that answers your questions. Okay, so if I've answered everybody's questions sufficiently, or is there anybody who would like to elaborate in anything? Insurance? So unfortunately, it's not up to them to decide. Insurance law pretty much is contract. It depends what the contract says. But if a court gives an order, then both parties are obliged to follow the court's order. Okay, then thank you all for the wonderful questions and for the attention.
Thank you so much, Zunaida. Thank you. I will ask Japhet to then address the questions that were directed to him. Japhet, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Rotondwa. Thank you very much, Zunaida, for your good explanation, the issues raised. So I only want to ask you to respond to the question which have been asked by the participants. Yeah, it regards in Kenya. Actually, in East Africa, we are taking Kenya as a model law, which have a very comprehensive legal framework in so far as climate litigation is concerned. For example, in Kenya, they have the Climate Change Act of 2011. And Section 23, subsection 3 of the same act provides that any person has the right to institute a climate lawsuit without proving loss or injury. So in Kenya, the citizen or the litigants are free just to institute their suits. And the court, they have a special court which is known as Environmental Litigation Court. This court deals with only issues of environmental pollution, air pollution, destruction, or the like. So this court has jurisdiction on all the provinces in Kenya. So in each province in Kenya, there is this specific court which is known as Environmental Litigation Court. So this jurisdiction provides for every individual who think that there is environmental destruction or there's issues of environmental pollution, you must go direct to that court and institute your suit. So there are a lot of cases, many cases in Kenya which have been instituted by the litigants compared with Uganda and Tanzania. In Tanzania, we are taking those as environmental cases and not climate litigation cases. The same applies in Uganda. Let's conclude. We have also our courts, which is known as East African Court of Justice on climate litigation. This court actually also has the mandate within the East African community members. Under this court, so the decision which have been provided, but also there's a problem of enforcing this decision because in each country in East Africa has its own legal framework. Thank you very much. Over to you, Lotondwa.
Thank you so much, Japhet. Thank you so much. I think our panelists deserve, or presenters rather, deserve a round of applause for the amazing presentations and also being able to follow up with the answers. Can we just give them a round of applause? Thank you so much, Zunaida and Japhet. Thank you also for the opportunity to facilitate this session. Right now, I'll hand over to Sabia for any other announcements on the ground. So yeah, thank you so much. Over to you, Sabia.
Thanks so much, Ritanwa. Can we please get another round of applause for all our presenters and moderators? Thank you, and thanks so much everyone for your attention and your very fruitful engagement at the end of day one. And we'll see you all tomorrow morning at. Thank you so much. One last announcement. We'll be taking a Simpiwe and Victoria will coordinate us. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Can we please go outside the hotel by the fountain for the group photo?